Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama.
Good morning, couch potatoes. Good morning, everyone. Happy Thursday. Almost the end of the week. I don't know if any of you are like me where it's the end of the school year. I've got all sorts of mom duties happening, graduation times. Oh, it's so much. It's so much to deal with. I don't like it. Well, as you see, it's just me today because Buffy didn't think about us in this moment 8 to 9 years ago when she decided to have another kid. So she's on summer mom break. So she'll join in when she can. You know how it is when you have littles, right? Each day is a new day and you can't really prepare for anything because when you do make plans, they always get thwarted by the children. So she will stop in when she can. I know she'll be in chat because there she is right there. I miss you already. I know. I miss her already as well. I'm sure she's going to get tired of typing and just being like, all right. I got shit to say. And my fingers don't move quick enough. Good morning, Nick Starro. Hope you're doing well, sir. Happy to see you here. Hello, Echoes. Hello. Good morning to you. Another good sir. Oh, look at all these gentlemen. Elbow feet, Bruce the Moose. Oh, I got all the cuties in my chat today. Look at you guys. Thank you for your support. I love that you're here. Lady in Gray, good morning, Faith. Hope you're doing well. Just Jen. Hello and good morning to you, babes. I know she's in chat. I can read, Elbow feet. I can read. Oh, you can always tell when people are a couple, right? They're always like, mm-mm-mm. And you're like, I know. The youth of America. Buffy says, if y'all don't mind popping in my PJs. I mean, I'm basically still in my pajamas. Have you seen my hair today? I'm surprised if my mom comes on or is in chat, she's going to be like, Llama, you need to brush that rat's nest. And I'll be like, Mom, I'm 40 and don't tell me what to do. Hello, Nadia. Good morning. Good morning. I don't know. It's so cool here. And so I've been sleeping so good the last 2 nights. So I don't care. Hello. Good morning, Ville Marie. Good morning to you. And Tia Montana. Definitely not a dude, but that's okay. I hope you're doing well today, babes. So we got like a really busy day today. Lots of stuff to get in and cover. First, I want to say happy birthday to Polly Prissy Pants. Oh, that's not the right one. There we go. I don't know if she's in chat yet, but it's one of my besties' birthdays today, Polly Prissy Pants, who I had the privilege of meeting like 3 years ago in a YouTube chat. Because y'all are real. Did you guys know that? You guys are real people. Yeah. So if you see Polly Prissy Pants around, send her a happy birthday message. Because I haven't on the Discord yet. She probably thinks I'm a terrible friend. But I'm running late. So I did it here. Also, yes, be like Elbow Feet and Lady in Gray. If you haven't yet, please like this stream. It lets everybody know where the party's happening today. And if you're new, subscribe, hit the notification bell. And if you're part of the replay crew, please use one of your little hypes to hype this video. It's what all the cool kids are doing. So you might as well do it too, right? No, it really helps our small channel out tremendously. So thank you guys so much for doing that. Oh, Sammy Sunshine's here. Now, a lot of my friends are moms. So in the summertime, they have all their kids and stuff. But I haven't got to see a lot of them these last few months. And I'm excited that you all are on summer break so we can hang out more. Because, everything gets in the way. Now, as you can see, you know what I didn't do? I'm just the worst. I'm trying to remember to do this every day, but I don't have the best memory. Anyway, up there in the corner is the QR code for the Mike Maricini GoFundMe, which we're putting up every day, and we're going to do our big fundraiser, which I'll talk about in a second. The link is also in the description of this video. And I'm about to put it in the chat, and I'll link it there. Mike's GoFundMe. One of these days, I'll be able to do all of the things before I go live, and we shall rejoice. That's what will happen. His GoFundMe has already raised $84,000. And listen, I know that sounds like a lot of money. It is a lot of money. It is. So it doesn't sound like it is. But he needs even more support because Laura is, of course, filing an appeal for a DVRO hearing she didn't even bother to show up to, which is going to cost a lot of money because it's Laura and everything she does. She wants people to pay $1 bazillion. And so, yes, I know 84K, isn't that crazy? So he still needs our help. And speaking of that, oh, wait, I gotta pin that to the chat. Speaking of, we are doing a June fundraiser. We already have 17 or 18 creators already signed up to be a part of it. More on their way. We're hoping we get some more responses from some people. But we already have 17, 18 like top-notch people. I'm so excited to meet them and have conversations. We're doing a 12-hour mega stream fundraiser, which I was told this community hasn't quite done before. Yeah, 12 hours. Yeah. I'm going to give it a go. I mean, whatever. I generally stream trials. That's like 8 to 10 hours a day for like weeks. So I think I can do it, but we're going to have great conversations, play some games. I'm so excited about doing it. And it's for such a good cause. Like this guy is just the nicest of guys, and they all are. But, right now he's still in the depths with Laura because she will not let go. And he has a beautiful family, his wife, 2 daughters. When you have a new young family like that, money is difficult and it's tight. And this crazy bitch Laura is quite frankly taking money away from children because she is garbage. And so we want to help support Mike in that way since we're new to everything. I know so many other fundraisers have happened before, but since we're new, we want to help do our part with the community because people have been doing this for so long. So if you are interested in joining us for this fundraiser, whether you're a creator who's covered or not covered, but you've heard Love Trapped and you're like, oh my gosh, now I'm obsessed, please email me at Tara, Tara at tcwtmedia.com, or Winks, who is helping me. I know she's in the chat. There she is. There's Winks, who's also helping me with putting this big idea into fruition. You can email her at Winks, WINKS 5813 at gmail.com. And next week, we're going to start announcing who's all signed up, what the day will be, all of the fun little teasers we're going to put out there. So I'm so excited about it. Oh, yeah, I need to pin this comment. Oh, it's hard to do all this by myself. Somebody did it for me. So as I was saying, please email us. We are so excited about that. Also tonight, it's Thursday. So Tara and I at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight will be starting a new case for True Crime and Wine Time. Buried Alive, the story of Michalina Lewandowska. Buried Alive is accurate. I don't know about you guys, but like that's a really big fear of mine for some reason. I don't know. But she was buried alive. She escapes. It's a fascinating story. So we'll be doing part 1 of that tonight at 8 p.m. It will be a fundraiser party. I'm so excited about it. She takes trophies from children. She takes money from children. She's the worst. She's just the worst. Hello, boring tax lady. And if I miss anybody else coming in, I apologize. I'm kind of all over the place. Oh, yes, we also have some really cool auction items for the fundraiser too. And one of them, Am I allowed to bid? Am I allowed to bid at the host of a fundraiser? I mean, they're all amazing. And people are just so generous and kind, offering both their time and their auction items for such a good cause. What a beautiful community you guys are. Oh, there's the birthday girl. Hey, Polly. So let's talk about, I made you a slide and everything with birthday Poe. Winks, I'll be bidding. You can bid. We make the rules. It's our fundraiser. We can do what we want, Winks, right? All right. So let's get into business today. So Tuesday was quite the interesting day. Excuse me. David was still upset over Woodnick not wanting to have lunch with him. Oh, wait, we don't need this up anymore. He's so upset about it. Why? Why won't he just be his friend? I wonder why, David. It's because you're a dick. And he's just not that into you, David. He's just not. There are really similar. It was really kind of crazy to read the similarities between David and Laura and how they write to people. Like the way he would write Woodnick trying to go have lunch with him, you could have just swapped it out with stuff Laura wrote to Clayton or any of the guys. Like it was weird. It was very, very weird. And then we read some more of David's blogs where we learned that David thinks earlobes are enough to establish paternity, which was a new one. I've certainly never heard that before, but boy, did he say it in that blog. He sure did. Because he was like, I have literally walked in Clayton's shoes, and I found out I was not the father of this child because I sent her a picture of my earlobes, and that was enough to say I wasn't the dad. And we're like, that's not how science works, David. But he said he wasn't the dad in the end, but it was very strange that he was like, yeah, earlobes. So that was something to read. Hello, Teresia. Good morning, babe. Hope you're doing well. It's your world, Queens. You get that merch. I will get that merch. Hey, say cheers. Good morning. Good morning, Julie Moore. Oh, look at you guys all filing in. I love it. Make room on the couch, everybody. We got lots of people coming in. Don't worry. There's plenty of room for all of you. Bali Life, hello and good morning to you. Well, so we learned about his earlobes paternity thing, and then he had another one where we women, because we're so stupid, all of us, we're just so stupid. And how dare we, as non-experts, use our lived experiences with being women in pregnancy to tell David that he's wrong? How dare we? How dare we? But he has no problem thinking that women's bodies can absorb 20+ week old fetuses and our uteruses. So David apparently is our new gynecologist. That's great. No, those blogs were just unbelievable to read. I could not even. How both him and Laura, like twin flames. I'm not even a believer in twin flames, but this is made me a believer. Because how they are just perfectly fine with offending so many groups of people constantly because they have to convince themselves that this make-believe land is the truth. So they're like, fuck it, we'll offend everybody, is unbelievable. Also, if I'm extra spicy this morning when I was getting ready, I was listening to House of Flux. She was just ranting all morning. It was fantastic to listen to. So it might have rubbed off on me. I was like, Flux, girl, we are going to become such good friends come this fundraiser. I too love a good rant and dropping the F-bombs every chance I get. So it probably rubbed off. Right? Nothing he hates more than consequences for our behavior. He's our OBGYM. Oh my God, those babies so stupid. Oh, yeah. Weeks or Flux is heated this morning, Weeks. It was delightful to get ready to. She's so amazing. All right, so today we are going to watch Laura's brief complex case management hearing that happened yesterday. It's a whole 4 minutes. I have not gotten a chance to watch it, so I'm making you all watch it with me. I'm sure most of you have already watched it, but it's 4 minutes. It's fine. I have not gotten the chance to do that yet. And then we will still have David being a petty Betty today. Clayton is going to amend his original motion for relief from judgment based on fraud. And Laura's side responds with about 92 pages of who the fuck knows. I don't even know what's in them, but I'm sure it'll all make sense when we read it, as everything David does makes sense if we weren't all fucking idiots, according to him. So we'll be doing that real quickly. I want to remind you, if this is your first episode with us, we have an entire Laura Owens playlist. We've been covering this for months, going through documents by documents, victim by victim. We've done a lot of episodes so far. I think we're like, I don't know, 37 videos or something. I don't know. We're not even close to being done yet. But if you want to see what it was like as we learned stuff in real time, there's lots of good moments in that playlist where it's a lot of me and Buffy being like, what? Are you all serious? This can't be real life. Minnie, hello, babe. Good morning. Says 84K raised. It means 34K for his appeal. Yeah, that's a good point. Because they had already raised $50,000 months earlier for different legal fees. We're raising money for new legal fees using the same GoFundMe. So I think Mike said what? He was quoted anywhere between $20,000 to $85,000 if Laura wants to take this all the way and they have to do an oral argument with appeals, which we all know. We all know that's what she's going to do, because why wouldn't she? So we're raising all the money we can, because I don't think she's going to let her claws out of him. She can't. Her entire identity falls apart, which I'm surprised she has one, but use her. Cute. Did anyone check to see if Flo tried to alter the earlobes on the ultrasounds? When you've been covering this for so long and Laura has seeped into every part of your life, because Elbow Feet is away on business this week. And so the other night, he's telling me good night. And he sends me a picture of his earlobe. And I'm like, whoa. The attached earlobes are too sexy. And he was like, are you trying to get into my recessive genes right now? Anyway, we're very stupid. Yours is delayed. Oh, you might have to. Blue hair Ken, mine is delayed. I think I need to sign out and back in. I love this show. Wish I could afford a membership. Well, hey, make sure you turn on your gifts, because we have a very generous group all of the time, and one of them could go to you. It's all up to YouTube. Nobody has any control of that. It's up to the fates of the gods of YouTube. Hello, Shanta. Good morning to you. Okay. So real quick, let's read some of the comments from you guys on the last video, which are mostly about David, and I love that for us. There we go. Okay, so the first is from Echoes from the Tabernacle. One of our new besties wrote, whatever would we do without David increasing the entertainment factor? That's true. Listen, Buck and I knew about his reputation amongst the JFCers, right? So we were like, okay, they must not like this guy. But we didn't know he was as bad as everyone said he was, because how could you possibly think that as a lawyer? And y'all are right. We've read enough to form an opinion, and that it only gets worse. I was telling that to Terry the other day. I was like, oh no, he gets worse. He gets so much worse with each and every one. So I love that. Oh, thank you, Lady in Gray, for gifting 10 memberships. You are so sweet. Thank you for our support. Congrats to all the members. We have lots of member-only content, quite the backlog, including shows like Llama Learns About and TMI, and all of our amazing member-only content for you guys. He user says these fundraisers really seem to trigger David. Yeah, I know, right? It was funny because in his last one, he like called out loud little Ducky, like, what is she gonna do? Read stuff for some 12-hour mega stream? And like, I looked at little Ducky's channel and I didn't see anything that was 12 hours. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. But then I was like, wait a second, we've been announcing our 12-hour mega stream fundraiser. Was he just too drunk to know the difference between a llama and a duck? Like, what is he talking about? What are you talking about, David? So I thought that was really funny. Oh, Winks. Oh, thank you for gifting another 50 True Crime and Wine Time memberships. You are so kind. Oh my gosh, you guys know how to make a girl feel real special on a Thursday. Well, thank you for that. Congrats again to all of the new members there. See, I told you. People are very generous here. Very generous. Wink said, I thought that too. I think he really meant you. I don't know. Right? That would be the day. That would be the day. Because I was like, why is he picking on her for? Anyway, so then Jules ST wrote, for David to submit this garbage to a court is so embarrassing. Low. I was sitting by my computer waiting for the download to finish, and that's why I couldn't file a response before the deadline. Right? Like, oh, I was going to, but it didn't come in until afterwards. And it's so stupid. Dan Montana wrote in, I love hearing about the arguments that happen on social media because Dingus can't resist commenting. But he's definitely bringing a knife to the gunfight. I know. I had to watch Bruce did so many videos covering David's Twitter, over like the last several months and years or however long. So I've been watching them because, I don't have the normal social medias. Don't worry, my team's about to yell at me and be like, Llama, Reddit, and YouTube are social media too. Anyway, so I just sat and listened to Bruce read all of David's X post, and oh my god, they're so bad. They're so bad. It's unbelievable that he's a lawyer and that he behaves this way, but it's the world we live in, friends. It's a crazy mixed up place. Laura Good Faith Crab wrote, I just about died when David said that her uterus was absorbed. This man has no concept whatsoever of how the female body works. I mean, yeah. And then he wants to argue with people on the internet, particularly women who have the parts, who's had them. What is this beside my face? Look, it's our little Buffy right there. Oh, I didn't see you pop in behind the scenes, Amos. Of course you did. Look, Buffy is with us in spirit with her little couch court mug and her little dog Penny. Love that. Amos made us all bobbleheads. That's my picture on Discord. And they're so funny and so cool. I need one in real life. So Lady in Gray also left a comment saying, watching now, and I am in awe of David, in awe that such a man passed the bar at all, and that he had actual clients who depended on him. The earlobe paternity test tells me all I need to know about this grifter. My cat, Dr. Spencer Reed, is a better attorney than this doofus. His yacked up hairball has more depth and integrity than David's motions do. You guys are savage. It's David in the comments. I love it. Oh, look at that. My personal account just got a membership too to our channel. Thank you, Winks, for making Nana Drama Llama a member of our channel. I have my personal YouTube that has also all my nerdy stuff. And then I have my Llama YouTube handle that I use to watch everybody else's stuff so they know who I am. So that's hilarious. And I love it. And Minnie T wrote, hyped. Great show today. Gingras is just such a hypocritical blowhard. And if you agree with Minnie T, then you should hype this video as you're watching. Be like Minnie. Everybody be like Minnie today. She's the best. And then lastly, Erica B has quite a few things to say, and I think they are very poignant. She wrote, I'd like to point At every visit, every ultrasound, etc., they check the baby's heartbeat. She never thought she was pregnant and didn't know that. Exactly, Erica. I'm with you. I don't think she has ever once. I know people argue about this, whether or not she's been pregnant before. I don't think she ever has. Because she doesn't even know like the very basic things that happen at a doctor's office when you first find out. She just, I don't know, maybe she knows it from the movies or something. Not once does she mention the heartbeat. It's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. She never thought she was pregnant and didn't know that. Doctors do not ask, when do you think you got pregnant? Correct. What is it they ask? Women in the chat whose opinions I respect, that David doesn't. They ask, when was the date of your last menstrual cycle? Because they don't expect you to know when you got pregnant. Plus, you can't know when you got pregnant most of the time. So they always ask that. They also always ask you, and they're very clear about it, how many times have you been pregnant? Whether you delivered a baby or not. They include miscarriages, abortions, stillbirths, all of that. They ask you that every single time, right? Because it does matter. It does matter to, how the birth may go and may show certain things, right? Because if you've had 8 miscarriages before, the doctors going to want to know that. So that way they can be on alert and watching stuff and how to treat a patient and the baby. These are the 2 big questions they ask. Erica goes on to say, it's another obvious reason she lied and faked it along. And the text to Clayton early on saying, I'm not on birth control. So if I'm pregnant after 2 to 3 days, why would she say that? She knew they didn't have intercourse. She said that in a later message. Who knew you could get pregnant without intercourse? She also said, I think some of it might have went down there. Also, if she had a miscarriage early on, her stomach would not have continued to grow. Growing belly is a growing fetus, which was not there. If she were to have a miscarriage at the later time to try and explain the larger bump, they would have been small people, not sacks that look like nothing. It's all stupid and ridiculous that they are trying to convince millions of mothers out there of this nonsense. And not only mothers, but millions of women who have been pregnant with pregnancies that didn't produce a living child. So it's just all around offensive, quite frankly. Everything that they have to say and the lies they try to convince us all and then call us idiots when we've been through it. It's crazy to me. Shanta says she thinks the doctor asked, when do you think the conception occurred? Right? Like what? She has absolutely never been pregnant before. Liar, lies. Okay, how do you turn on the gifts chat? Oh, that's a good question. I think if you click the join button, all right, if you go to our page, you click the join button. This is how it used to be. I haven't done it in a while, so I apologize if this isn't quite right, but you click join. It's going to pull up a list of our memberships. Up in the top corner should be 3 dots, and you click on the 3 dots, and then there it should say something about turn on gifts or allow gifts or something like that. Oh, wait. Nightbot Amos coming in. There you go. That's how you do it. You want to receive gifted memberships? 1, click the join button and then tap the 3 dots in the top right corner. Yes, I was right about it. 2, select gift settings and turn allow gifts on. Thank you, Amos. I didn't even know we had that command. Fantastic. Bruce says, how does this stuff get down there? Did it take an Uber? Probably. That's what she would think. Okay. All right. Let's move on. So let's get into Clayton's starting cost today. His starting legal cost for April 25th, 2024. $91,227.50. And is where his legal costs are for the start of today's show because we're going in the timeline. So that's how much he's got since December. 5 months. 5 months of defending this bullshit. And yesterday we learned that just from Gingras coming on, the first month that Gingras is on, his antics cost Clayton another $36,000 in 1 month. in 1 month. But don't forget, David loves telling the court, this is just racking up unnecessary attorney fees as he writes a bazillion pages and blogs and tweets and all of the shit. And it's like, but I'm not doing anything. Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah. 5 months, almost $100,000. Oh, thank you, Cracked Pepper. Thanks, Wings, for the free membership. Love this channel. Hope you all are ready to come to work in my ear today, every day. I love that. Just please don't make me laugh when I'm leaving a customer voicemail. I'll do my best. All right, so let's get into what we're going to start covering today. Hold on, I lost my spot in my thing. Oh, yes. Laura's complex case management. So like I said, I have not watched this yet. It's only 4 minutes. And if some of you haven't either, a lot of you got to watch it last night when it dropped on Snitchel Ninja's channel. So that's who are watching it. If you haven't, please go subscribe to Snitchel Ninja. Her channel is great. She has all the hearings, phone calls, trial stuff, body cams, all the stuff over there on her channel, Schnitzel Ninja. And make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell, and like her stuff. By the way, Amy, I liked it for you since I'm using her YouTube. So let's go ahead. I'm going to also boost the audio because I don't know how bad it is, but usually it's not great. So let's do that.
Schnitzel Ninja.
This is CR 2025-007905, State versus Laura Owens. Time set for a complex case management conference. Can I get appearances, please?
Oh, papers.
Good morning, Your Honor. Erin Petticone for Ed Leiter for the state. Victims Counsel is also present, as is a victim advocate.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Christian Leaders in behalf of Laura Owens, who is present out of custody with me at the podium.
All right, and Ms. Owens, can I get your name and date of birth, please?
Laura Owens, 5/14/1990.
All right, thank you. I did get the complex case management report. Thank you for that. Counsel, anything that you wanted to discuss today outside of what was mentioned in the report?
Just had a conversation with Ms. Petticone. It looks like we are going to try to set this for a possible change of plea, complex case management conference, status conference, and we're hoping that the court has availability on June 26th.
Probably. We in business on June 26th?
In the afternoon only. We have a 9, 10, and 11 in the morning.
Oh, is that a Friday?
It is Friday.
I mean, I usually don't. I kind of save Fridays for bigger deals. Just more complicated matters, not to be disrespectful, but no, does it take longer than?
Understood. What about the 25th? The day before?
Horrible way to end the week.
It should probably work. We good on the 25th?
Yeah, it's a.
I don't know that we're going to be doing well.
22 hours.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I know, right? Ugh. I know what he's saying, but it doesn't. I have thoughts.
Did you check Monday the 29th for us?
29 is
Okay.
8:40.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll set this for a complex case management conference and possible change of plea on June 29th. Is there anything the state wanted to talk about today?
No, Your Honor, I did have a discussion with defense counsel about extending the plea deadline, considering that he is relatively new to the case and there have been some relatively minor issues transmitting discovery. The current expiration date is June 26th.
The plea cutoff is June 26th?
It is, but understanding that we're not coming until the 29th, my notes to Mr. Leiter will reflect that.
All right, so I assume he'll move it a couple days?
We're not going to use those extra couple days as any kind of leverage timing wise. We will have everything, I think, done and decided one way or another about the plea prior to the 26th. So I'll put that on the record that we're not expecting. I'll have a conversation with Mr. Light and we'll straighten this out.
All right. If there's any kind of problem and there's no flexibility, let me know and we'll work out something for you.
Will do. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. So Ms. Owens, you need to be back in my courtroom June 29th at 8:45. Then after that, you have that final trial management conference July 22nd at 8:45. Then trial assignment July 29th, which is at 9 o'clock. That's before the trial assignment judge. 5th floor of this building, courtroom 5B. If you fail to appear, warrants can issue for your arrest. If you don't show up for trial, it could occur in your absence. Stay in touch with your lawyer. See you on the 29th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Right.
Schnitzel Ninja.
Yeah. I love that. I love the Schnitzel Ninja so much.
A few months back, I had Clayton Echard on.
Paz. If you haven't watched Clayton on Melissa Rivers on YouTube, I did watch this one. It was a pretty good interview. It was very interesting. Clayton, expresses a lot of things that many, many victims talk about. We hear them talk about it all of the time, how there's just such a delay for everything. They feel like justice isn't getting done. Your things are getting kicked down the road, and there's more. It feels like there's more rights being done for defendant than for the victims, which is all very valid feelings to have. So many people talk and feel that way. When we cover trials, and the families feel that way, but it just is how things go, and it is for a reason. But I know it's very, very frustrating and heartbreaking because, you get pumped up before every hearing. It just reopens the wound over and over and over again. So Clayton is not alone in those feelings. I can tell you that. But anyway, it was a very good interview. Well, that was an interesting little hearing there. So he says that they're going to decide one way or another before the 26th. He sounded pretty hopeful, honestly. I was a little surprised about that. I know that people were talking about this yesterday, but I didn't realize until I heard her lawyer. He sounds like this might be something to work with here. Wonder what they're negotiating. That's what it sounds like to me, which I hate it. The judge's comment about, well, I save it for more, complex, serious stuff. I know what he meant by that. There are way more serious crimes like rapes and sexual assaults and murders and violent things. And that doesn't take away from Laura's victims at all. So he didn't mean it as though they don't matter. And I know that probably didn't sound right to a lot of people, but there's a lot of resources being used by all of the courts all of the time. And so, but what a horrible way to end a Friday. Ew. I want the easier stuff at the end of the week. Not dealing with all that on a Friday afternoon. But what I didn't like him saying what that is, because I'm pretty sure Laura probably heard that and was like, look at that. I'm not that bad, you guys. Not even the judge thinks this is very serious, because that's probably what she was thinking. Like, oh, well, even the judge doesn't think I'm dangerous, which I think she's dangerous. But it's not great. I get it in the big scheme of things, but I don't like how she probably heard that. I hope she doesn't get a plea down either, but her lawyer did sound rather hopeful in lawyer speak. That was the vibe I got. But again, he's probably just a rational defense attorney and has no idea who he's dealing with, because think how many attorneys she went through with everything else. They thought, oh, this is a normal client. And then they're like, oh, she's not a normal client at all, So who knows? I'd hate that she got more time, but did you hear that she scanned some people over a horse as well? Oh yes. That's what I'm saying. Like, whew. I don't know about that judge. She has quite the victims victim list. Bruce says, in reality, I think the judge is just saying that if the lawyers come back to tell him that they took the plea deal, or if they come back to tell them they didn't take the plea deal, it's not complex. That is a very good point, Bruce. And you're probably right there. Yeah, don't get your hopes up for anything special to happen on the 29th. Even if she takes the plea deal, I don't think it'll be sentencing. That'll be like a whole different day. Usually is. So we'll see. Ugh. It makes me so mad, though. I don't like it. I like it. Yes, Buffy's bobblehead is on cute. I think she's very, very dangerous person. And she's not going to stop doing what she's doing, period. And she doesn't know how. She doesn't know what she's done this entire time is wrong. Why would you stop doing something that you don't think is wrong? You know? And if she doesn't get in serious legal trouble for this, I mean, if she just gets probation, that's not going to deter her. Not at all. So there's Llamas. It's not great. It's not great. No. Yeah, bet she fires this guy. I bet that's what happens. So we'll see. Well, though, I don't know. Actually, you know, because if they end up wanting to move to California, she's going to want this all wrapped up so she can go to California. Because I don't know if they'll let her go. Well, rumor has it that they might move to California because their house is being foreclosed and all that stuff. And that they might move to San Diego, which is where the sister is. Now, usually if you're in the middle of a case, they're not going to let you move to a whole nother state. But if you're just on probation, you can get that transferred to another state pretty easy, especially for a non-violent offense like this. It takes about like a month, maybe a little bit longer, though, because Arizona is such a large state. But I know plenty of people that transferred their probation or parole to another state. And the process was about like a month and a half. And again, even if you have violence, it's pretty easy. You do have to have the approval of both courts, though, in order to go. So I don't know, but I'm already upset about it. Well, it says, I wonder if maybe he does know what he's dealing with and has really laid down the law with Laura. Maybe be like, bitch, look, you're looking at 30 to 60 years. Like, no joke. Do I think they would ever give her that much? No. But if you want to just not respect the courts in any way, shape, or form and not take it seriously, they'll give you more time, because I think she'll get what, like 2 to 3 years. Sorry, words are hard. 2 to 3 years. I don't think she's going to be serving like, 10 years or anything. Does she need it? Yes, she does. All right. Yeah, they have to do the whole sentencing investigation and mitigating factors. Yeah, I don't think she'll be sentenced this month if she does take it. So scammers are not taken very seriously in the court system. There are a lot of complaints about the justice system. It is the system we have. It's not great. There's lots of flaws about it. And then there is like the ranking of severity of the crimes. And for some of them, I feel like they're not taken very seriously. Ones that are serious are also not taken very seriously, especially sexual crimes. I don't feel like they're hardly taken serious at all. I know we've covered plenty of them where they're like, oh, you get out in a year, don't do it again. They're changed. And it's like, those people never change. Are you serious right now? And then they go and they do it some more. And then they end up killing women every time. Yes, the wheels of justice are slow and expensive. And it's very frustrating. Like that's the thing, right? Is the courts are probably not going to do what we all feel would probably be the best justice for Laura's victims. But there is the court of public opinion. And she does not have any supporters in the court of public opinion. And so if the judge or the courts don't give the kind of legal justice, we can get justice by spreading her story in her face fucking everywhere. So hopefully preventing future victims So there's that. Because think about it. I mean, there's people hate Casey Anthony. People hate Sherry Papini. Now, what you don't want to hear is that both those bitches also have boyfriends. So I don't know if it's going to deter anybody from dating her, but she is victims of all kinds, not just dating, but the Lone Cactus construction, the Uber, though. I mean, I don't know. It was a car accident. We didn't have much details, but it's probably not super legit. The horse thing. So, there's that. There's always karma. And I do feel like karma is coming around to get Laura, because now there's been this podcast that everybody's talking about. Even people that you wouldn't expect are like, holy shit, have you heard this? Have you heard about this? Oof, boy. And I'm sure in a couple of years, there probably will be a documentary. Why not? So, yeah, scammers are fucking disgusting. Say cheese. I hate them, and I hate them all. They're disgusting trash. They always are. Many says crimes against traditionally done against women are almost always treated far less severe. I agree. All right. Well, let's get into some documents today. All right. So the first one we have up is, let's see, Clayton's amended motion for relief from judgment based on fraud. So they're going through, they're amending some of this. We're only going to read pages 1 through 10, the bold only. So this is the new stuff that Clayton is putting into his motion for relief. So we're just going to do bold on this one. And then I think there's some exhibits or something. So let's see. All right. Oh, I'm not sharing. There we go. See, Buffy not being here throws everything off. What am I going to do? All right. Let's see. There we go. Defendant Clayton Echard, by and through counsel, undersigned, pursuant to whatever, is filing this thing. This motion is amended solely in an effort to streamline litigation and focus on the upcoming trial, while, as addressed in Exhibit 4, this amendment is legally unnecessary. It is being provided to avoid further distraction from the core issues. I wonder who's doing the distraction, Nick? Is it David? Just go have lunch with them. Just kidding. Don't do that. See attached Exhibit 1. The sole amendment, other than changes to the judge and petitioner's counsel, can be found on page 3 and notes that Laura was seen on November 14th, 2023 for non-pregnancy related care at Mom Doc months after she claimed she miscarried. All right, so we're just reading we've read this so many times already. We'll just read the bold parts to be clear. Laura was never pregnant by Clayton, as they did not have penetrative sexual intercourse. Laura admitted to modifying medical records and claimed she had a miscarriage in September, predating the filing of the OOP. In her own words, plaintiff did change the top of that sonogram from Planned Parenthood to Smile. I added my name in the facility name, correct, because she thought that sounded better for some reason. Let's see here. They make an amendment months after Laura claimed she miscarried in November of 2023. Laura was seen at Mom Doc, who provided non-pregnancy related gynecological care and who confirmed that petitioner was not pregnant. Moreover, to date, every obstetrician and gynecologist Laura testified, court proceedings and deposition, to being seen for her fake pregnancy have indicated they have no records, as she was never seen as a patient. Doesn't look good for you, Laura. Okay, here we go. This is either the same sonogram Laura has admitted to changing, and that the alleged source, we got a footnote, of the sonogram has no records of, or one of the other sonograms that Laura has testified she did not obtain. Which one is it, Laura? Let's look at the footnote, which was 3. Again, the source is either Smile, according to the insignia, or Planned Parenthood, who, according to Laura, was the original source. Again, why would you even need to do that and change things? Gosh, she just thinks everybody's so stupid. When Laura is so dumb. Oh, you know how we used to have those your mama jokes? We should have Laura Owens is so dumb. She ... There you go, chat. There's a game for you. I love it. Oh, you're trying to bribe the teenager with boba tea for tomorrow? Do it, little middle Buffy. Middle Buffy. Little Buffy. Dear IRS Savage. Dear IRS, I just modified my taxes. It's fine. Nothing to see here. Move along, please. It's fine. Yeah, it's totally normal to do that when you're trying to prove you're not a liar, right? Minnie, it's hard to believe any 30-plus-year-old woman thinks this way to have a lasting relationship is to trap the guy with an unwanted pregnancy, let alone to browbeat them to date her and rewards him with abortion. It's fucking nuts. It is nuts. I don't know how she came to the conclusion that this is what gets people to date you. It's crazy. It's crazy. Another amendment here. Laura committed fraud in her October 6, 2023 petition for order of protection. Because she claimed she was pregnant, but now she said, oh, I have miscarried. So which is it? Well, Woodnick wants you to know that all of these allegations are fraudulent because she was never pregnant. Also says that she had a miscarriage in September, predating her filing the order of protection, which is kind of important. Though then, what was the dumb shit David said on Tuesday? He said that she lost one twin early, and the body absorbed it, which does happen. This was in the Vanishing Twin blog post he had, which does happen. But then she had the other one and then miscarried later, which I mean could happen, but also she would have needed to go to the doctor by the time she would have miscarried that one. But then that argument that he put on the internet completely trashed her explanation of, oh, I actually miscarried both of them. And which one is it? Ugh, I love how bad he is for her. I will say that. Let's see. So Laura committed fraud, intrinsic and extrinsic, when she testified before Judge Judy regarding a sonogram on October 25th, 2023, leading Judge Judy to uphold the order of protection. Oh, that fucking guy. That ruling was so frustrating. All over a fucking fake meme thing on Reddit. Ugh, Judge Judy. That was shameful, quite frankly. They also want to say that Clayton is entitled to his reasonable attorney fees and costs incurred in this entire action, including filing this motion for relief of judgment, right? Because they're like, this whole thing should just be fucking over at this point. All right, so those were the few amendments they made to this. And then we're going to have to page 25 and 31 because we've already read all of that stuff already. Okay. So this is, what's this from? Oh, this is from Gingras. Okay. Oh, yay. This is via email and U.S. mail, April 25th, 2024. Okay, we haven't read this yet. Oh, boy. And he'll be like, I don't understand why Woodnick's not talking to me. Gosh. It's just a little harmless flirting. It's fine. Okay. Dear Greg, this letter serves as a written notice to you pursuant to Rule 26. Drink. I fucking hate this rule so much. I hate this number. I hate it. That intends to bring a motion under Rule 26, asking the court to sanction you for the pleading you filed on March 25th, 2024, entitled Motion for Relief from Judgment Based on Fraud. As explained below, the motion you filed violates Rule 26B in multiple different ways. He's so much like Laura. It's so funny. Ugh, how embarrassing for him. Oops. The summary of specific issues. The most serious violation in your motion is the number of knowingly false statements of facts it contains. At this point in the case, you cannot claim that these statements are simple mistakes or that you did not have enough information to know the truth. Really, David? Really, David? How many times has he literally said, I'm new to the case, I don't have all the information, but I've already figured it out, and you're all a bunch of fucking idiots, even though I've said I don't have all the information yet. How many times has he said that? It's crazy. That's right. Drink. Drink for all the Rule 26 stuff. Oh, God. Okay. In addition, the sheer number of factual misstatements make it appear you are intentionally trying to defraud the court by advancing a narrative that you know, or reasonably should know, is completely and totally false. Okay. Below is a list of the specific false factual statements. Oh, that's cool. I get a little notification now when somebody puts something in our private chat. Oh, I love your face too, Amos. Oh, that's new. StreamYard's been rolling out all sorts of new things. Okay, where was I? Sorry, I got distracted by Amy. Okay, so make it appear you're intentionally trying. Okay. Below is a list of the specific false factual statements contained in the motion. And to be clear, I draw a distinction between an allegation that you claim is true, but which you know is disputed and unproven, and a representation where you avow something has been factually established and is no longer disputed. This is why people love you, David. This is why. In other words, I have no problem with you saying, quote, Clayton claims Laura was never pregnant. This is an accurate statement of the case, same as if I file a pleading which says Laura claims Clayton raped her. Oh my God, David. David, go, David. No. Those are very different things, very different accusations. Even then, stop it. Accurate summaries of disputed allegations are always okay. But I do have a serious problem with you making an unqualified representation to the court that Laura was never pregnant, as if that has actually been established as fact. Accurate statements about the disputed claims are fair. False representation about the facts are not. Oh, there's that little no fetal DNA, David. But he's like, nope, I don't know how testing works, and it doesn't matter. Earlobe test can't prove it. Can't do it. Shanta, all drinking games involving Ella will end in a twin pregnancy. 100,000%. Oh, say cheese. Well, wait, there's a private chat. Oh, and StreamYard. Like there is, like if you have other people on with you, there is like a little private chat in case somebody needs to say they need to go or whatever, so it doesn't get lost in the main one. It's not a super fancy private chat. Just so you know. Okay, where were we? Oh God, this guy. Page 2 of 4. He's so wordy. Having said that, I believe the following statements violate Rule 26b-3 because they constitute statements of fact which you present as being established facts when you know they are heavily contested and in some aspects have already been shown to be completely false. All right, David. Let's see what you got for us, buddy. 1, plaintiff was never pregnant by Laura was never pregnant by Clayton. This statement violates the rule because it is presented as a statement of fact, but you know it has never been proven to be true. You also know the statement is directly contradicted by extensive evidence, including no fewer than 5 pregnancy tests taken before the case was filed. Multiple pregnancy tests taken after the case was filed, and at least one pregnancy test taken in front of Mr. Echard using a test that he purchased and provided to Laura. You also know this statement is directly refuted by the expert opinion of Dr. Medchill. Sir, oh God, the P test mean nothing, David, but I'm just a silly woman on the internet. I don't know anything about how the women parts work or the pregnancies work, even though I've had them. Forgot he's an expert himself. Berkeley, tomorrow night after work, I can finally have a drink. Well, cheers to you, Berkeley. Hello, Hellville. Hello. Hope you're doing well, babe. Happy to see you here. Just in time for dumb shit David says today. We should just rename the show. Dumb shit David says today. Let's see. Where was I? 2. Laura has provided no verifiable medical evidence to support her alleged twin pregnancy. This statement violates the rules because you know it is factually false. Laura has provided extensive evidence, some of which is attached to Mr. Medchill's expert report. Laura has also testified under oath about these issues, and she has provided an affidavit attached to Medchill's report explaining and summarizing the extensive medical evidence supporting her claim. I understand you do not accept this evidence as conclusive, but that it entirely different than telling the court that no evidence exists when you know it does. Yeah, you big dum-dums. Okay. 3, to date, every obstetrician and gynecologist have indicated they have no records, as she was never seen as a patient. This statement violates the rule because you know it is factually false. It also violates the rule because you intentionally omit additional information in order to make the statement misleading. Man, just David with all the bangers today. Look. In terms of falsity, as you know, Laura has produced medical records from MomDoc, an OBGYN facility, showing she was seen there as a patient on November 14th, 2023. If you somehow missed those records, which I believe were previously disclosed before I got involved, are attached to Dr. Medchill's report as shown below. But we just read in Woodnick's amended report that was for non-pregnancy issues. David, let's see the information. I want to see it. Your statement also violates the rule because it fails to explain you have received confirmation from other OBGYNs, such as Dr. McCool, confirming that Laura made appointments to receive care, but she had to cancel for totally benign reasons, such as testing positive for COVID. But David, that is not the same as seeing a doctor for your pregnancy. If I call you to try to make an appointment for a consultation, does that make you then my lawyer? No, it doesn't mean shit, David. That's exactly, it doesn't mean shit, David. David. That omission clearly was intended to create a false impression that there was zero evidence that Laura ever sought any care from anyone, and that she had no valid explanation for why she did not keep various appointments. Those implications are completely and totally false. Mind you, this is in 2023. Okay, this is not like in the first fucking year of COVID. All right, they know how to deal with shit at this point. It's a bullshit excuse, especially when you're in a high-risk pregnancy with twins. Shut up, David. Stop it. Did he ask any OBGYNs that if a pregnant patient had COVID, Would you tell them you don't want to see them at all? And then they just never make another appointment again? It's totally normal. Mom doc was a virtual visit? Probably. I mean, it sounds silly. The COVID she got from Greg. It's always Greg. Lady Greg, come on, Llama. What you're saying is like saying a pledge is not a donation. I know. It's crazy how I think. It's obviously not based in any reality whatsoever. 4, further emphasizing the extreme fraud on this court, other sonograms of the alleged twin pregnancy curiously match up with sonograms and YouTube videos posted from years ago online. Well, what does David have to say about this? Well, this statement violates Rule 26 because it falsely implies there is any evidence to show Laura created a fake sonogram using an old YouTube video. You know that is 100% false. As you know, the facts are as follows. Dave Neal previously disclosed an alleged video of a sonogram with Laura's name on it. My understanding is this was an exhibit at Laura's deposition. It was file marked Exhibit 9, sonogram video, smile. And a screenshot is shown below. Oh, this is the baby A, baby B. I believe this is the YouTube video you mentioned in your motion. Laura's testimony about this point has never wavered. She says Dave Neal sent it to her after he claimed to have received it from an anonymous source. What, the video? It's on YouTube. And it was like 9 years old or something, 6, 9 years old. You can't just put it on YouTube and change the dates, can you? I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Laura asked Dave to disclose the source, and he never did. Based on this, Laura's belief is that Dave, or someone working with him, created the fake video in an effort to smear Laura and help Clayton. That will obviously part of the defamation lawsuit Laura plans to bring against both Clayton and Dave and others once this matter is over. Wait, this has been over for how many years? Almost 2 years? Where's the civil lawsuits, Laura? Where are they? Oh, I wonder what happened instead. Oh, that's right. You got 14 felonies. So, okay, David. Okay. In any event, your statement to the court regarding the sonogram video clearly admits the full context of the video. In doing so, you falsely imply Laura had something to do with creating this fake video, and or that you have a good faith basis to believe evidence exists showing she created this. She has flatly denied creating it, and you have no evidence whatsoever to show that she did. Taken as a whole, it is clear your assertions and representations in the motion go far, far beyond zealous advocacy. Oh, David. Oh, David, you have a mirror in your house to look at yourself in? You've gone far, far beyond zealous advocacy for your client that has caused you a lot of peril, sir. He goes on to say, you are simply lying to the court about the facts and the evidence in an attempt to help your client. That is unacceptable. In sum, I have no problem with you advocating zealously on behalf of Clayton, just as I am trying to do with Laura. However, there are limits on such advocacy. You are not allowed to make knowingly false statements to the court, and you are not allowed to withhold information in an attempt to mislead the court. The motion you filed clearly violates both of these standards, and it represents a clear violation of Rule 26. Accordingly, I demand that you withdraw or correct the motion within 10 court days from today. If you choose not to, I will seek sanctions and other relief from the court. Oh, David. Wow, that's something. Oh, Helville said, sent you an email about the fundraiser stream, Llama. Oh, thank you. I will check that after I'm done today. Thank you very much, Helville. Appreciate that. Ooh, I'm excited to read it. Cleared my inbox and everything for people. This fucking guy. Right? Bruce, we should do a wine tasting segment. I'm going to write that down. Whoever's in here, somebody go put that on our list of activity ideas in our spreadsheet. Wine tasting. Ooh, that could be fun. I missed that filing. When was it? This one? Or the motion that we're reading today, or that we just read for this, was 426. So he wrote this email to Woodnick the day before they just amended Clayton's motion for relief. So, which didn't seem like they were very fazed by what David said. They're like, no. Nope. She's a liar who dies. In case y'all don't know, Llama plus email is a big deal. That's true. I got a gold star from my therapist yesterday. It's true. The one he threatened, like the one I'm reading now, April 25th. Okay, so do we keep going? Yes, to 31. All right. There's a lot of stuff we've already read and other things, so there's no point. Okay, so this is sent from, Woodnick to David on April 26th. So the day they also sent the amended motion. David, the upcoming trial is very simple, and the relentless emails and demands are only creating more legal work for naught and do not help. I am very uncomfortable with the aggressive way you are litigating this, sharing pleadings on your blog and the Twitter battles. I have expressed my concerns with some of the things you have said and am doing my level best to remain focused on what should be a simple evidence presentation to Judge Mata. I strongly disagree with your Rule 26 analysis, and I regret withdrawing Clayton's motions for sanctions. My intention in withdrawing it was to keep the focus on the simple facts of the case. I thought it would encourage your camp to tone down the rhetoric and toxicity. Obviously, that did not happen. As stated in the response to your sardonic lunch motion, I am willing to discuss issues pertaining to trial process with you, but only with a neutral third party present. Yikes. That's not good when lawyers need that to communicate about the case. Ooh, yikes. Oh, good. Look, Berkeley understands. You run a corporate email system. I hate emails so much. Rule 26. I am not comfortable with how you communicate and had hoped that your prior apology after the ad hominem commentary would have changed that. It has not. This is Clayton and Laura's case, not yours. Ooh. And also, I do remember when he sent the apology in that email. And that's the thing. If people don't change their behavior, your apology means shit, right? Because you got to apologize for the things that you've done that were wrong, that you recognize was wrong. And you got to work on it, on changing that behavior to make the apology a full apology, David. As for your letter and 10-day demand, I am responding briefly to the 4 salient issues. If you choose to file for Rule 26 sanctions, we will respond and let the court adjudicate the matter. The underlying motion at issue used limiting language that was perhaps inartful, but certainly not malignant or violative of Rule 26. Although I do not owe you an explanation, I am documenting our position and asking again that you to stop this hostile litigation. That's right, David. You're the problem. This is why he doesn't want to go to Top Golf, David. You're too much. You went in too heavy, too fast. 1, plaintiff was never pregnant by the defendant, is a factual contention with evidentiary support based on belief formed after reasonable inquiry. To wit, Clayton's sincere and credible and unambiguous denial of vaginal intercourse or conduct that could have caused pregnancy. Only Laura has ever mentioned there being any sort of penetrative conduct, and her narrative has widely shifted from his fluids being down there after she performed oral sex to him being too high to remember penetration to now an absurd claim of rape. Exactly, wouldn't it? Clayton's assertion that Laura could never have been pregnant by him remains the same. 2, plaintiff has provided no verifiable medical evidence to support her alleged twin pregnancy. Is a factual content with evidentiary support based on review of the disclosures she provided. Verifiable medical evidence is an important qualifier here because it limits the scope of the contention to evidence that can be proven accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty and evidentiary scrutiny. Recall, we have still not received any confirmation that Laura had a sonogram done on July 2nd at Planned Parenthood and have, in fact, received records indicating all she had was a telehealth appointment at the end of June, which aligns with her various emails to Clayton and Clayton's father regarding the same. The mom doc records support the absence of pregnancy and say nothing about whether a pregnancy ever existed. You're keeping drinking score? Thank you, Katie. It's like prisoners making the days on the wall. I'll tell you what, after we get done with this every day, now that David's entered the picture, I feel dumber, like every day. Say cheers says, when an attorney won't meet with you alone, it means they think you are a lying liar who lies. And DSG will meet with Zadie alone, but Zadie won't meet alone with DSG. So who is the liar, David? Yeah, it's not great, David. It's not great. No nachos for you, David. No beer, no nachos, no golf. Pepper Gingy needs a babysitter. Oh, yeah, she went from begging him to get in her tightness to rape allegations under oath. She's so fucking disgusting. Half-assed. Woodnick is such a good writer. I know, right? Should be for how expensive this email costs. This email and letter probably cost Layton like $500. Better be the best writer ever. No, he does a great job, I think, on also keeping his cool, because I sure wouldn't. I haven't. So, to date, every obstetrician and gynecologist have indicated they have no records, as she was never seen as a patient, is a factual content based on the information she provided and lack thereof. Train time. Making an appointment that has not kept with Dr. McCool or Dr. Higley does not constitute being seen as a patient. For the mom doc records, that train is very noisy today. For the mom doc records, the statement also functions as a denial of factual contention warranted on the evidence per Rule 26. We denied her factual contention she was seen as a patient by an OBGYN based on the totality of evidence and her being seen by mom doc for a non-pregnancy related pap smear is not her being seen as a patient for pregnancy, including the fact she alleged before we filed the motion that she miscarried months earlier. Oh, well, I want to see, do we get to see the mom docs? Probably not, because they said her health stuff was, not for the public that David likes to put out, but I want to see what was her answer to how many previous pregnancies she's had. That's what I want to see, because they're going to ask every single time, always, doesn't matter. Good morning, LMP. Hello, and good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. To the extent this does not address her being seen at mom doc for non-pregnancy related medical treatment, we will amend the motion to clarify that months after Laura claims she miscarried, She was seen on November 14th, 2023 at Mom Doc, who confirmed she was not pregnant. The fourth statement about the sonograms, and okay, so if she says she loses it come September or whatever, they would probably still have a talk about how she had a miscarriage and her pregnancy, and they would probably, I would think they would probably do a fucking ultrasound. If she hadn't gotten one since she had lost the twins, they're probably going to do one just to make sure like there isn't remnants of stuff in there, because you can literally die. It's dead stuff if it doesn't come out. So I'm just saying is all, because I had one a month after. I had to go back a month after to make sure it all cleared itself, out and everything. So, okay. The fourth statement about the sonograms, curiously matching up with sonograms and YouTube videos posted from years ago online, is a factually accurate contention. They very much match up. Laura was presented with this evidence during her deposition. See also the fifth supplemental disclosure statement, which includes the email your client sent Steve Carbone, Reality Steve, from her email with the same sonogram attachment. She sent the same video to Clayton in October and said, here is my 1 bazillion % real ultrasound video. I appreciate that your client claims everything she said or sent to others that does not comport with her new narrative must be crafted by someone else or AI, but this is an argument she can make to the judge. We will be filing the amended motion in due course, consistent with your request for the same. Very truly yours, Greg. I think that's the first time I've seen him ever sign something off like that. That's hilarious, and I love it. I love it. Let's see what all you guys are saying. Nord, hi Nord, says, I'm always curious to discover all these things that Ello says other people know, but also apparently every single statement a person makes is absolutely true unless she doesn't like it, right? Like, okay. Katie says, Pam, I'm eating bootleg Chinese that I made from refrigerator scrap. Bootleg Chinese. I've never heard that before, but okay. Yes, everybody listen to Pam. She's in charge today. Be sure to hit that like button and show Llama some love. I mean, come on. I'm losing brain cells for you guys over here. Lady in Gray says, it is so obvious that Lo has absolutely no personal experience with pregnancy and miscarriage. And I don't think she does with abortion either. No, me either. All right. So that is that one. Next, we're going to get into Laura's response to Clayton's amended motion for relief based on fraud. This takes place the same day. So how did they get to this so quickly? David must have been working on it. So the same day that Clayton amends the motion for relief that we read first, that we were just reading, the other side decides that they're going to respond to it with a bunch of nonsense on the same day. And this is a lot of pages. So here's what I'm going to do. I need to refill coffee. I need to go potty real quick. But since it's only me, guess what I did for you guys? I made you some meme videos to watch and listen to and read while I step away. So it's not just silence. So you get the Couch Quote with Llama theme song and some funny memes I put together. So give me just a few minutes. I won't be gone too terribly long, but enjoy. We'll be back with David's stuff because I need more caffeine to get through whatever this craziness is about to happen. Okay. I'm back. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. I hope you guys enjoy that. I had like 1,500 memes saved on my phone. So I was like, ooh, I can make break videos. So that's what I've done the last 3 days. So I hope you enjoyed the little dance party. I have several different ones, so it won't be the same things all the time. Or, you know, I can't read that fast. I knew. I thought it was going to be Bells that said that. I made them longer. So, okay. I'll go through and I'll make them longer than I had Bells in mind, because I was like, Bells is going to yell at me if they're too long or if they're not long enough. So, all right. You can't meme that fast. Okay. I'll go through. I'll go through. And how'd she get all this from X? It's called Reddit. It's called Reddit. I save them to my phone all the time because I'm like the kind of person that's like, oh, I'll use these. And I never do. I never do. So you need to send me the Boone County Ninja. You can play him at intermission, or Jessica White. I love it. You took screenshots. That's great. All right, friends. Well, good. I'm glad you enjoyed the short little lip dance parties. That's the full Couch Court song, which I had never actually heard until I made these. And I was like, oh, okay. It's a whole song. I didn't even know. I like it. So you got Reddit steals. Absolutely. It always sends me that notification. It's like, maybe you want to share. No, I don't. Just put it on my phone. Thanks. All right, so let's get into more dumb shit David says today. Okay, and it's all crooked. Come on, David, do better. Do better. I know it's just the court doing it this way, but I'm going to blame it on him. So why not? All right, so this is their response to Clayton's amended motion for relief based on fraud. All right, prepare yourselves. Everybody, prepare yourselves. Oh, that reminds me, I got to put my bottle of wine in the fridge for tonight. I got to remember to do that. All right. So Laura is here with her lawyer to submit this. As explained below, there has been no fraud of any kind in this proceeding. Bold way to start this off, David. Okay. Yes. Miss Owens made some misstatements along the way, including misstatements to third parties, and at least one minor misstatement to the courts in the order of protection proceeding. Oh, so that's how we're framing this, David. Misstatements. They're just some minor misstatements. It was all of us do it. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. As explained below, none of these misstatements affected the outcome of the order protection proceeding, nor do they have any effect on the paternity proceeding, except, of course, to the extent they bear on Ms. Owens' overall credibility, which is kind of a big deal, David. It's kind of a big deal. Yes. MD SFD. More dumb shit from David. I love it. Puppy. Narrator. She will, in fact, forget to put her wine in the fridge before the show tonight. Yes. Okay. Oh, boy, this is going to be interesting. As will eventually become clear once all the facts are known, even accepting the problems with Miss Owens' credibility, there is objective medical proof Ms. Owens was in fact pregnant, and that she believed, with good reason, that Mr. Echard was the father. Okay, David, sure. Thus, even accepting other unfortunate but unrelated problems with credibility, Miss Owens had a valid good faith basis to commence the paternity proceeding against Mr. Echard. Did she though? No, she didn't. And she also had a valid good faith basis to seek a protective order based on Mr. Echard's abusive and harassing conduct. Oh, David, are you even caught up on the case when you write this? Are you? Because I feel like you're not. because I would love for you to show me where in all of the conversations that Clayton had with Laura, where he was the abusive and harassing person, because I didn't see any of it. Not once. So, okay. Okay, then. For these reasons, the protective order previously entered on October 26, 2023, had a valid, factual, and legal basis, and there are no grounds to change that decision. Accordingly, Mr. Echard's motion should be denied, and Ms. Owens should be awarded her reasonable attorney fees incurred in preparing this response pursuant to the Arizona State Code. Okay. That's it. I'm going to get a bottle of Bailey's from now on to put in my coffee. Good God, no wonder he's not sober all the time. Just to think like this all the time drive me to drink too. Oh my goodness. Right, Bruce? They do not have sufficient clinical proof of pregnancy. Some HCG tests, which mean nothing. Self-reporting, which again means nothing. And self-reported symptoms, which mean nothing, are insufficient. That's true. That is very true. Pam, I'm beginning to believe that LO is having immaculate conceptions. I wouldn't be surprised if David compares her to Mother Mary, because why not? Well, hello, Kay Dickinson. Thank you for the gifted membership. I'm not sure which one gave it to you, either Lady in Gray or Winks, but everybody is very generous today, and congrats on becoming a new member. We have lots of member-only stuff, so which came first, the bottle or the nonsense? I guess we'll find out. Oh, my goodness. All right. The posture of the current pleading is somewhat confusing. So, in an abundance of caution, this response begins with a short comment. Yeah, right, David. To remove any potential misunderstanding. Okay, he's going to clear it all up for us, so it's fine. First, on March 26, 2024, Mr. Echard filed a motion for relief from judgment based on fraud in the OOP matter. That initial motion was never served. The certificate of service indicates it was emailed to Ms. Owens, who was self-represented at that point and had not agreed to accept electronic service. Oh, this fucking argument again. Undersigned counsel was retained to represent Ms. Owens, first in the paternity matter and later in the OOP case. Upon appearing in the OOP matter on April 9th, 2024, undersigned counsel filed a notice explaining the previous pending motion for relief based on fraud had not been served on Ms. Owens and that no response was currently due for that reason. The issue of service was later resolved between counsel, and the undersigned had intended to file a timely response to the motion seeking relief based on fraud. In the interim, Mr. Echard filed a motion seeking a joint hearing between Judge Mata and Judge Duty for the OOP, which this court granted via minute entry ordered issue April 26th, which is the day in the timeline that we're reading this. Technically, the motion for joint hearing was never properly served either, but don't worry, Miss Owens had no objection to that request. Oh, this fucking guy. Ugh. Finally, on April 26, 2024, Mr. Echard filed pleading purporting to amended his prior motion for relief based on fraud, although it appears the amendment was filed only in the paternity case and not the OOP case. With that slightly complicated posture in mind, this pleading is intended to represent Ms. Owens' response to both the original motion seeking relief based on fraud filed in the OOP case and the amended version of that motion just filed in the paternity case. Hope that makes sense. Why would you write that in a legal filing, David? I hope that makes sense, Your Honor. What? Oh, God. Because the order of protection case has been functionally consolidated with the paternity proceeding, a brief recap is in order. Is it? Because we talked about it numerous times, David. We get you're new, but literally no one else in this case is. So, okay. Right, Nord? Nord says, frankly, at this point, Laura could have done the whole it was a pseudo pregnancy that might have been more believable if she didn't keep lying about the freaking appointments. And trust me, bro, right? She just, nope. Yes, we are in a recap of the recap of the recap. Yes. How meta. All right. On October 6, 2023, Ms. Owens filed a short pro se petition asking for an order of protection against Mr. Echard. For her factual basis, the petition generally alleged Mr. Echard sent harassing and threatening messages to Ms. Owens, expressing his anger and hatred towards her. Ms. Owens further claimed Mr. Echard published harassing and annoying messages about her online, and that he encouraged others to do so, which he did not fucking do, David. Ms. Owens also argued Mr. Echard posted messages online sharing private and confidential information about her. And again, he encouraged others to do so. Right, David. Why did your client drop a public Dropbox on Reddit? Like, are you fucking kidding me here, David? Ms. Owens claimed these actions had caused her extreme anxiety that apparently she's already had for like the last 10 years because she blames it on everybody, and fear for her safety to such a degree that she was afraid to leave her own home, except to go to Barry's, because she's not scared there. After an ex parte order was issued, a contested hearing was held on the petition on October 25th, 2023, at which Ms. Owens and Mr. Echard both testified. Remember, she was not scared enough to not go in person for an OOP hearing, but she was too scared to go to the paternity one that was literally the day before with the same person. Okay. Mr. Echard now seeks relief from this order, but only sort of. At a starting point and as a reoccurring theme, Mr. Echard argues plaintiff was never pregnant by defendant, a point which has arguably litigated and resolved against him at the hearing. Mr. Echard then proceeds to cite a handful of various fraudulent things done by Miss Owens, including modifying a sonogram image and lying about which doctors saw her. Taken as a whole, Mr. Echard's motion seems to contain two main issues. First, he claims Miss Owens was never pregnant. If true, that would potentially affect her statutory rights to seek relief under the Order of Protection statutes. Second, Mr. Echard claims Miss Owens lied about things such as the authenticity of a sonogram image and other aspects of her pregnancy. In the narrow context of an OOP proceeding, it appears Mr. Echard is attempting to raise those issues to show that if he published a medical record online, which did not belong to Miss Owens, that means he did not engage in the type of conduct that would support the order of protection entered here. As explained below, none of these arguments are well taken. The order of protection was properly and lawfully issued, and no grounds exist to vacate or modify it. As such, Mr. Echard's motion should be denied, and Miss Owens should be awarded her reasonable attorney fees incurred in preparing this response. Except Judge Judy didn't know how the fucking internet worked. So, I'm sorry. I still respectfully disagree. Hi, Skybell. You watched this morning all the trails from her. What I can say, find she is totally nuts. She is nuts. She is. Say Cheese says, I will give this to David. He is able to get his text to line up with pleading numbers. It's fair. That is fair. Okay. Discussion. Arizona has many different laws permitting orders against harassment, threats, and other types of offensive conduct. The two main laws are permitting injunctions against harassment and allowing orders of protection for the purpose of restraining a person from committing an act included in domestic violence. These orders, injunctions, are... What is today? Trash day? What's that loud truck? Must be. These order injunctions are typically focused on preventing unlawful conduct, but they also have the potential to impact certain constitutionally protected activities, including free speech. To ensure the right to engage in vibrant discourse is not unduly chilled, protective orders, injunctions are subject to strict procedural and technical requirements, including very specific statutory standards, which are necessary to protect the First Amendment rights of litigants, while still providing relief for victims of harassing conduct. Yes, it is true. And your client, another train? Ready? That's crazy. Her client has consistently tried to take away people's First Amendment rights to say things all the time. Hello, Terry. Because we heard about First Amendment arguments in Greg's case. That's what his lawyer argued a lot about. And then also when she tried to do an injunction against harassment against Dave Neal, that was also a First Amendment issue. So, and don't forget, David is a huge person for the First Amendment. Without him, we wouldn't even have it. Did you guys know that? Hello, Allie Firecat. Yes, you're here for the live. Happy to see you too, babes. Hope you're having a great day. All right, where were we? Conduct. Let's see. See this case in noting a restriction is based on the content of speech is permissible only if narrowly tailored to achieve a compelling state interest. Of course, Mr. Echard has not raised any sort of constitutional challenge to the order Ms. Owens obtained in the matter, so this response will not explain why the order is constitutionally proper, because he's not going to waste everybody's time on that. Okay, guys? With this backdrop in mind, to the extent Mr. Echard claims he is entitled to relief because Ms. Owens was never pregnant, this appears to be an attack on the court's statutory authority to grant any relief at all under the OOP statute. This attack is baseless, both legally and factually. Just baseless, you guys. To begin, any party... Oh, God, to begin. How many pages is this? 15 pages of this nonsense. Okay. This is part 1 of 4. Just to let you guys know. Part 1 of 4 of this nonsense. He's not going to mansplain it to us. I know, Deb. How are our dumb woman brains ever going to know if he doesn't mansplain it to us? How are we going to know, David? You're like a genius, and we are just so dumb. DSG is a boatless. It's boatless. No boats for you. Do they have... Why do they need boats in Arizona? Well, I guess there's probably lakes in Arizona. Are there lakes in Arizona? Probably. That's dumb. Why did you say that all that loud, Llama? Why did you say that? Now David can come back and be like, listen, you are dumb. You didn't think there was any water in Arizona. You dumb woman. Okay. Let's see. Unlike a harassment injunction, which may be obtained by anyone, regardless of the relationship between the parties, orders of protection under this code are limited in terms of eligibility. By definition, a party seeking an order of protection must show they fit within one or more of the categories described, which includes things like married couples, parents who share a child, and cases in which the victim or defendant is pregnant by the other party. Now, to remind everyone of this hearing, Clayton was pro se in this hearing, and she had a lawyer. Who she had? She had Josh Lopez, I think, for the injunction and for the OOP. And even Judge Judy was not impressed by her lawyer. You remember that? He was like, well, you didn't utilize anything wisely. So I'm going to look into it myself and come to this ridiculous conclusion. So it was one of those where, we thought Clayton did well, but again, you need a lawyer and things like that, especially to explain to the judge how the internet works. Because I think the fact that he didn't have that argument was kind of why he ended up being have that against him. So oh my God, earlobes. Hi, Diane. Can't believe little to no DNA, but you've got us with earlobes. I know, right? He's amazing. He should be a doctor. Or maybe when he loses his bar license, if he does, he'll just go be a doctor. He's already like an expert on women anatomy. So that's great. All right. By definition, I already read that. My apologies. But the OOP law is not limited to only marital or filial paternal relationships. Allows relief in any case where the relationship between the victim and the defendant is currently or was previously a romantic or sexual relationship. Here, fleeting as it was, there is no dispute Mr. Echard and Ms. Owens had a romantic relationship which involved some level of sexual conduct. Ooh, I like how you worded that, David. Some level. Notice he didn't say penetrative. No, just some level. And romantic relationship is doing a lot of heavy lifting. It was like fucking, 10 hours? Like, does that count as a relationship, David? I don't know. Mr. Echard denies sexual intercourse, but Ms. Owens claims sex occurred in addition to oral sex and other activities like dry humping and finger banging, David, is what she said, because I had to say it numerous times. Dry humping and finger banging. Thus, even if Mr. Echard was correct, and even if Ms. Owens was never pregnant, that point is entirely irrelevant to her right to seek relief under the OOP statute. A romantic or sexual relationship is sufficient, and here we have both. For that reason, Ms. Owens did not obtain the order of protection by fraudulently claiming she was pregnant. Relief was still available under the law, even if Ms. Owens was never pregnant at all, simply based on the brief romantic rendezvous. You don't use the word rendezvous enough. OOP, yeah, you know me. I think that every single time I see it. Say cheese every single time. It does not go away. I always want to do that, so thank you. Lake Havasu is in Arizona. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Why not? There you go. If you're playing Llama Bingo, we did get finger banging. Who has it? Who has it? Okay, so aside from Ms. Owens' statutory entitlement to relief based on her relationship with Mr. Echard, Mr. Echard argues the order of protection was obtained by fraud because Ms. Owens was not factually entitled to the relief she sought. Again, Mr. Echard's arguments are not well taken. Well, probably not, because it looks bad for your client. As explained above, following a contested hearing, the court made a factual finding that Ms. Owens established by a preponderance of evidence, preponderance is, I don't know if that's right, but okay, of the evidence that there is reasonable cause to believe that Clayton had committed an act of domestic violence within the year. Remember, the judge in that used the Reddit Halloween pregnancy costume joke, not posted by Clayton, posted by some Jen, but not our Jen, not just Jen. That's in a different Jen, a whole different Jen. And then believe the story that that person was Clayton because he doesn't understand the internet or how Reddit worked. And then he was like, that's revenge porn. And we're all like, what? He had to search for a while to find a reason, in my opinion, find a reason to grant this to Laura. And it was not good. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. I've had friends that have tried to get OOPs for very good fucking reasons, way more than some shit people post on Reddit. And they've been denied those. I mean, but she gets one because of a fucking Photoshop made up Halloween costume. Pisses me off. Arizona pisses me off, guys. They're almost, Alaska is number one, but Arizona is like, it's getting closer and closer to being like, what is happening? What is happening over there? Sorry, people that live in Arizona. I'm sure you don't disagree, considering this case and how much she gets away with. As explained above, oh wait, I already read that. Minute entry order 10/25/2023. In evaluating that finding, it is critical to understand, in the context of an order of protection hearing, the term domestic violence has a very specific legal definition. Domestic violence means any act that is a dangerous crime against children, as defined against this, and all these other different things. Okay. This long list of numbers means little to non-lawyers. Oh, it means little to non-lawyers. It means nothing to us, guys. Nothing. And probably nothing more to anyone else. Does that include lawyers? Then? Because that would be all the people that are left. So it doesn't mean anything to other family laws. Okay. The key to understand is this. The list includes an extremely broad range of conduct, including completely unrelated acts like negligent homicide and revenge porn. The statutory definition of domestic violence also covers things like reckless parking any vehicle in such a manner as to deprive livestock of access to the only reasonably available water. What? And then he says, seriously, that meets the definition of domestic violence. What? What is happening in Arizona? What do you mean? How is that related? I need somebody to explain that to me, of why that's even in there. I don't understand. Okay. Ugh, sorry, I'm very uncomfortable today. It sounds like in 50 or 60, even holding hands makes you pregnant. That's right. Watch out. We're all getting pregnant just by listening and covering this all the time. Lady in Grace says Maricopa County is horrible in all the ways. I mean, I got some work to do. Yeah, bad parking, straight to jail. Straight to jail you go. That's weird. I'm going to look at more about that later. Here, after the hearing, the court did not explain precisely which aspect of domestic violence was proved. I thought the judge said revenge porn for, that was like the only thing he mentioned for the damn Halloween costume. But we can rule a few things out. It is undisputed Mr. Echard did not park his, shut up, David. Oh my God. It is undisputed Mr. Echard did not park his car in such a manner as to deprive livestock of access to water. Phew. Nothing worse than thirsty cows. Why would you include David? Honestly, it's kind of funny, David. I just cannot believe you put this in a court filing. Phew. Phew. Oh my goodness. Instead, given the allegations in Ms. Owens' petition, it is fairly clear the court's finding was based on ARS prohibiting disorderly conduct and or using electronic communications to terrify, intimidate, threaten, or harass. Both in her petition and in her testimony at the hearing, Ms. Owens established Mr. Echard sent her threatening, harassing, and insulting messages, and in the ex parte order entered on October 6, 2023, the court clearly was focused on Mr. Echard's online attacks and harassment, which were extensive and not limited to posting a single sonogram image. Okay, but like none of them were tracked back to Clayton. So they're not factual evidence then, right, David? You've been teaching us all today about what is factual evidence and what is not. But there's no proof. So, okay. Lady in Gray, you know that David thinks he is so clever by adding the stupidity to his motions. I know, right? The old Wild West laws rules still in Arizona, right? It's crazy. Yeah, she should be in that whole thing. It was very frustrating and stupid to hear. Oh, this must be from the ruling here. The court finds reasonable cause to believe that the defendant, Clayton, may commit an act of domestic violence or has committed an act of domestic violence within the last year, or good cause exists to consider a longer period. Clayton shall have no contact with Laura other than an outlined herein, and shall not cause others to contact Laura other than is outlined here. Clayton shall not communicate or post untrue or harassing comments regarding Laura online, including but not limited to on social media, and shall not cause others to communicate or post untrue or harassing comments regarding Laura online or otherwise. Yeah, because he doesn't understand how any of that works. Notably, in Mr. Echard's motion for relief, he never even attempts to refute the allegations in Ms. Owens' petition, which address his harassing conduct towards Ms. Owens, including messages he sent describing his rage, hatred, and fury towards her, as shown here. Oh, yes, the little parts she liked to just clip out without any context. On June 1st, 2023, remember, this is what she wrote to get her protective order. Clayton has sent threatening messages since discovering I was pregnant, such as, I legitimately hate you right now. My hatred will only grow if you decide to put me through all of this. My animosity would last for a lifetime, and that's not something either of us want to subject ourselves to. One thing about me is when I make up my mind for good, especially when it's written in anger, I don't sway. Ever my hate is towards you and you only. If you decide to not take plan B, and in the wild event that you are pregnant, I would hate you even more. I don't understand. You're not allowed to hate people? What about that was threatening in any way? Oh, they don't like you. And guess what? Most people don't like you in the world. So then she tries to say that on September 21st, Clayton Echard was the Bachelor and has many diehard loyal fans that I thought would be fans of me, but it turns out I've made a huge mistake. He and I are involved in a very public, somehow, even though I went to the press about it, paternity case that is being covered by every major media outlet. Clayton posted to a story to his 270,000 followers to look me up, which they have, and I have been sent threatening and harassing messages by his followers. I explained this to him and asked him to take down the post, which he did not. By posting personal and sensitive information about me publicly and without my consent, he has made me feel humiliated and embarrassed. Oh, girl. First of all, I still can't believe he was granted one, even based on that. Again, she even said that he didn't say, he just said to his followers to look her up. Allegedly, that's what he said. I don't remember if that part was true or not. That's not providing any information or sensitive information to look who you are up in public filings, but okay. And you should be humiliated and embarrassed. That's what you were hoping would happen to him. Oh. Right? It's not a threat, Sage. It's not a threat at all. Right? Saying you hate someone isn't domestic violence, David. It's not. This conduct, which has nothing to do with an altered sonogram, was sufficient, standing alone, to support a finding of actual or potential domestic violence within the unique statutory definition of the term. Mr. Echard does not challenge that point. As such, even assuming Ms. Owens was not truthful about other issues, the undisputed evidence supported the order entered here on that basis alone. Okay. Next, Ms. Owens was pregnant. All right, I can't wait to hear this fucking dumb shit. In his obsessive, never-ending quest to smear and defame Ms. Owens, just shut up, David. Just like Donald Trump did with writer E. Jean Carroll to his later financial detriment. Mr. Echard claims Ms. Owens was never pregnant and that she has provided no verifiable medical evidence to support her alleged twin pregnancy, and that every obstetrician and gynecologist plaintiff claimed to have seen has indicated they have no records, as she was never seen as a patient. To be clear, each of these is a knowingly false statement, which will result in a forthcoming motion for sanctions against Mr. Echard and his counsel. At some point, these constant lies must stop. They must stop. You guys, they must. Right? Oh, God, I can't believe you dropped that again. Nord says, well, turns out I commit DV constantly because I'm pretty sure I said I hate the garbage man, cable company, at least 6 other drivers, and that was just this morning. Right? Ugh. We're all guilty, according to David. In the meantime, rather than pre-litigating the entire case in this pleading, it's literally not stopped you before, David. Ms. Owens simply directs the court's attention to the expert report of Dr. Michael T. Medchill, submitted herewith. Dr. Medchill is a recently retired Arizona OBGYN with more than 30 years of experience in the field. Excellent. You didn't get a woman OBGYN? That's interesting. I mean, I'm not saying males can't be good OBGYNs. It's just interesting that you didn't find a lady one. Just, yeah. His curriculum vitae reflects that in addition to his medical degree, Dr. Medchill also separately holds a PhD in immunology, biology, a master's degree in microbiology, and a BA, magna cum laude, in biology. His work experience is even more impressive. Okay. During his lengthy career as an OBGYN in Arizona, Dr. Medchill served as the chairman of the OBGYN department at St. Joseph's Hospital in Phoenix. Although not reflected in his CV or report during his long career, Dr. Medchill personally delivered more than 22,000 children. Well, that's a lot of kids. Did he go to Top Golf with you, David? Because you were saying very nice things about him. Okay. Likely more than any other physician in the state of Arizona. Okay. Prior to his recent retirement, Dr. Medchill was board certified by the National Board of Medical Examiners and the American Board of the OBGYNs. Why can I say obstetrician but not I can't do it. Oh, it's so weird. His education, training, and experience in the field are truly exceptional. Okay. But like, why did you even get any of her other doctors that she went to? Like, this is okay. Okay. I bet they went out for nachos and beer at Top Golf. I think so. In his report, Dr. Medchill explained he has reviewed Ms. Owens' medical records, which are extensive, contrary to Mr. Echard's claims, and other evidence, including an affidavit from Ms. Owens describing her contact with Mr. Echard and her activities relating to the pregnancy. Okay. Based on his review, Dr. Medchill's expert opinion is, quote, she was clearly pregnant with 99+% certainty based on 5 HCGs from both urine and blood. But report at Medchill. Okay. Importantly, that is a very strong conclusion to come to. Okay. Importantly, Dr. Medcho also directly refutes an extremely frustrating, inaccurate, and tired trope included in nearly every pleading filed by, Mr. Echard. To wit, plaintiff Ms. Owens was never pregnant by defendant Echard, as they did not have penetrative sexual intercourse. On that point, Dr. Medchill explains human beings can and do become pregnant even without penetrative sexual intercourse, noting, I have heard that story many times. Okay. Does he have experience with that happening? Is this just like a myth that he's heard going around? I mean, it can happen, but also, why are you pointing attention to that detail when your client says, oh no, they had sex now? So damn Montana. Mitchell was the only one willing to get on the stand and sell nonsense. He's retired and had nothing to lose, right? Like, it's very telling that you got a retired OBGYN, a male nonetheless. But sure. Okay. Seichi says, I've heard that story many times. Is not a reliable scientific basis for that assertion. I mean, what do we know, Seichi's? We're dum-dums, all right? He says, that's good enough. Earlobes determining paternity, enough. Uteruses being absorbed into the body. What do we know? We're dumb, Seichi's. Just dumb. Katie. Yes, Katie. When I was prego, it was proven with a fetal heartbeat. Fetal heartbeat beat, not a HCG. Yeah, they do. Like, that's the first thing that happens, right? Because they try not to really do like ultrasounds very early, if they don't have to, but they'll do a little heartbeat, and baby heartbeats go way faster than ours. You can tell the difference between the mom's heartbeat and the baby heartbeat, because they go like what, like the high hundreds, low 200s a minute. So it's like the first thing when you go to the doctor, and the first thing they do is have you listen to the heartbeat. And it's such a crazy experience, but apparently peeing on a test is enough. So, did they disclose how much the defense paid MedChill? No, but I want to know. I mean, in criminal cases, it can be what? Anywhere between like $5,000 to $40,000. Or if you're Aperture from Karen Reed, like $400,000 for a bunch of nonsense. That's a good question. That's a question. It's a light baby bird heartbeat. I know, right? Like a little hummingbird in there. Anyway. Yes. Oh, look at that. We said that at the same time. We're like basically best friends now. Okay. Where were we? Dr. Medchill provides a fascinating discussion about a patient he treated named Maria, who was confirmed to be pregnant despite claiming she never had intercourse. Dr. Medchill explained his physical exam verified she was pregnant, and her hymen was still intact, thus confirming she was, at least in the literal sense, a pregnant virgin. Oh my God. I made a joke earlier about talking about Mother Mary, and it's here. It's here, guys. It's here. I should have known. Should have known. Would it be reasonable for Ms. Owens to assume she was pregnant based on the type of sexual conduct she had and the lab test results she received? Yes. There was not a description of the foreplay, and she was descriptive, in the ADRE complaint that we read. Testimony about the afterplay. Oh, I'm sorry. And there was disputed testimony about the afterplay. It is well known that men are like basketball players. They dribble before they shoot. Yes. Which is why the withdrawal method has a much higher failure rate than most other methods of birth control. Okay. They also dribble after they shoot. So if he did put his penis in or near her vagina after orgasm, she could still get pregnant. The odds of getting pregnant obviously go down if semen is released just outside the vagina, but it is still possible. In fact, I had one patient who was so clearly pregnant, ultrasound confirmed. Oh, ultrasound confirmed. Is that a big deal to you, Dr. Medchill? Would it be unusual, Dr. Medchill, if somebody was 20 weeks pregnant with twins and never had an ultrasound? What do you think about that, Mr. Dr. Medchill? She, let's see, I have heard that story many times. Oh, wait, I know, I skipped it. In fact, I had one patient who was clearly pregnant, ultrasound confirmed. She absolutely denied intercourse, denied even ever using tampons, and stated that she was a virgin. I have heard that story many times. In this case, however, I was shocked at the time of her exam to see that her hymen was intact, which I don't think matters. It doesn't matter. Women lose it without ever having sexual intercourse. It literally doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Hymen doesn't matter. That alone would be remarkable enough to remember her, but her name was Maria and her due date was within a day or two of Christmas. Shut up. Dr. Mitchell, is this the story of Jesus? Is this? What is this? David thought the basketball analogy was so clever. I mean, that's what they told us in middle school. So Dr. Mitchell has never watched Dr. House. Also, Maria, did he just read the Bible in Spanish? Yes, it must be true. It was in this book that I read. And oh, it was a dream. And I just thought it was reality. I don't know. This is so fucking dumb. Oh, he did say, Maria, hi, barbecue queen. Yes, he did. Yeah, it happened. It happened. Laura is the mother of Jesus. Could have been. But not quite. Oh, wow. Okay. I can't believe that is so stupid. Thus, contrary to the wholly unsupported and self-serving allegations of Mr. Echard and his counsel, an OBGYN with impeccable credentials has reviewed the facts in this case and will opine at trial that Ms. Owens was not only pregnant, she was clearly pregnant with a 99+% certainty. No doctor's going to say that without ultrasounds and things like that. So, okay. As if that evidence was not sufficient, equally notable is the expert report recently disclosed by Mr. Echard, a copy of which is also submitted herewith. For his part, Mr. Echard has disclosed 2 OBGYN experts. The first, Dr. Faye Elizabeth Justia Lind, oh, a lady, go figure, is a medical doctor and professor who appears to have experience teaching in the field of obstetrics and OBGYN, although the extent of her practical and clinical experience as an OBGYN is unknown. Her CV reflects limited work experience in the field other than as a professor. Oh, we should have known. An educated woman comes along and he's like, nope, dumb. She's never even done this. Oh my gosh. Pam, wow. Just wow. I feel like this is killing my brain cells. Nancy Reagan said it would be drugs. She was wrong. It is David and Dr. Manchill. Manchill. That's what we're calling him from now on. Manchill. Oh, she's this teacher lady. So dumb. How could she possibly ever know anything about the female body by just being a teacher? Who cares? If she's a woman herself, doesn't matter. So dumb. The second is Dr. Samantha Deans. Her work experience as an OBGYN, like Dr. Justia Lind, appears to be primarily teaching as an assistant professor. In terms of practical work experience in the field, Dr. Dean's CV indicates she has spent approximately 19 non-consecutive months working as an associate medical director for Planned Parenthood in Pennsylvania and Florida. Given their relatively limited experience in the field, neither Dr. Justia Lynn nor Dr. Deans express any opinion about whether Miss Owens was or was not pregnant. Indeed, telling nothing in their expert report ever comes close to refuting Dr. Medchill's opinion that Miss Owens was in fact pregnant with 99% certainty. Probably because you don't even have to go that far. You can just be like, no. Instead, Doctors Justia Lynn and Deans offer a lukewarm and strictly qualified opinion, stating they cannot confirm Ms. Owens had an ongoing viable clinical pregnancy, which meets their technical definition of that term. Right, because how could somebody say that without ultrasounds, without an actual HCG blood test that counts how much HCG is in your blood? How could anybody come to a 99% conclusion with certainty? It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. But let's see what they say in their report. We cannot confirm by any objective data that Ms. Owens had an ongoing, viable clinical pregnancy at any time in the last year, because it'd be wrong to do so. Clinical pregnancy is defined as a pregnancy diagnosed by ultrasonographic visualization of one or more gestational sex or definitive clinical signs of pregnancy. In addition to intrauterine pregnancy, it includes a clinically documented ectopic pregnancy. We have received no verifiable documentation of a clinical pregnancy as defined. Exactly. Where are the ultrasounds? Where is all the other shit? You will see on a medical report, period, when you're pregnant. It's all there. I have mine. Lots of you have yours. They're all the same. Laura's not fucking special, despite what her parents led her to believe. Listen, you guys, you can tell your kid they're special, sure, but they're only special to you, okay? You gotta go back in with them and be like, yes, you're special to us, but the whole world, no. Yeah, because you can't prove a negative, you freaking idiot. I know, right? God, it's so frustrating. With all due respect to the doctors, because I am more qualified than they are, obviously, because I use Google. According to this bizarrely contrived definition, what? He's arguing the definition of how to determine pregnancy? Okay. All right. Oof. Oh boy. Okay. With all due respect to the doctors, according to this bizarrely contrived definition, if a woman became pregnant and gave birth to a healthy child without ever having an ultrasound, Doctors Justia Lynn and Deans would express the same opinion as they did with Miss Owens. No verifiable clinical pregnancy, according to their definition. What? In fact, by their definition, it is probably accurate to say undersigned counsel is not currently alive and writing this brief. Jesus fucking Christ, David. Are you kidding me, David? How is somebody this dumb? And a lawyer. What? No, because there's that fucking baby, David. Oh my God, what? A baby was born, right? Right? Oh my God. Oh, he's the worst. You're a fucking idiot, David. You are. This is why nobody likes you. Sage says, David not understanding that Echard's experts are saying that nobody should confirm a pregnancy based on the available records. Exactly. That's what reasonable people do. Oh my God. Well, I'm not even alive. Shut up. That's a stupid argument. And you know it. Idiot. You are not as clever and witty as you think you are, sir. That level of gamemanship speaks volumes. Look, even the train came back to be like, what the fuck? It's just, we heard you from here, Llama, on the train tracks. We agree that guy's an idiot. It's very loud. My goodness. And they, exactly, Skybell, and they can see if she had one. The body tells it. Exactly. Oh. He wonders why people ignore him. Let's see. The level of gamemanship speaks volumes about what is really going on here, but there is no need to speculate. The simple truth is this: Mr. Echard's own experts do not support his contention that Ms. Owens was never pregnant. They don't even try to claim this. Yeah, because it's irresponsible to claim that. But they can tell you by not claiming that there's also nothing to claim that she is. That's literally how things are done in court all the time with experts. I mean, even with DNA, they have to allow a room for, they can never say 100% to anything. That's even your 99% Dr. Medchill doesn't even make any sense. It's crazy. You're on the train tracks too. You usually don't hear them unless the windows are open, which all the windows are open because it's it's kind of chilly, but it's nice. It's almost 60 degrees today, which I'm not complaining because Monday and Tuesday was so hot. I thought I was dying. And if I'm too hot, I'm an asshole. I would never make it in the South ever. Like, I was so hot. My house was hot because we don't usually put the air conditioners in until like mid-June because we don't really need to. But it was so hot on Tuesday. And when I'm hot, yeah, I'm an asshole. When I'm cold, I'm just whiny and tired. I'm just like, oh, I'll go to sleep because I'm cold. Hot, forget about it. I would never make it with all my southern friends down there in that humidity. No way. No way. Now, instead, they simply created a bizarrely specific definition of clinical pregnancy and then suggest they can't conclusively determine whether Ms. Owens ever met the specific definition. Of course, the question of whether Ms. Owens had a clinical pregnancy or just a plain old regular one is not relevant. Oh my God, a plain old regular. That's the problem, David, is that she's not even claiming regular pregnancy. We all know we're all regularly pregnant women or women in general. All right. Everything she says isn't how things work. And that's why she knows she's a liar that lies. The AC is always on there. I mean, yeah, I didn't think we need to. So, oh, I'm just enough away from the train track that it doesn't do that. But honestly, when you live by them for so long, I don't even notice them. I didn't even notice them until I started streaming, really. And I've lived here for like 13, 14 years. So you just forget about it. Oh my God, this is so infuriating. As a matter of law, Arizona Code does not limit paternity proceedings to only verifiable clinical pregnancy under the definition created by Mr. Echard's experts. And for the record, this issue is also irrelevant because Ms. Owens never claimed to have had a clinical pregnancy. Oh my God, David, shut up. Grow up, David. Grow up. This is so stupid and you know it. You know it. Using the special definition created by doctors Justia Lind and Deans. She just claimed she was pregnant. As Dr. Medchill confirms she was. Maybe someday Mr. Echard will stop falsely claiming Ms. Owens was never pregnant, but sadly, not today. This fucker, this guy is just okay. The sonogram was not fraudulent. All right. Another tired point raised by Mr. Echard is that Ms. Owens committed fraud because the order of protection was based on sonogram image that Ms. Owens had since admitted to altering. But this point does not in any way support the relief Mr. Echard asked for here. This is so for two reasons. Okay. First, and most importantly, the order of protection was issued in this matter based on evidence unrelated to the sonogram. Okay. Once again, throwing candor to the wind, Mr. Echard argues the court explicitly stated the sole reason it was upholding the order of protection was because of the image containing the sonogram. He is an insult. Insult to intelligence. Ms. Owens' response is that no, that is not what the court said. And since Mr. Echard seems to have missed the court's ruling on this issue, it will be repeated here, which we already read. The fact that the court ordered Mr. Echard to refrain from posting untrue or harassing comments regarding Laura online shows the order was not based solely on the sonogram image. It was based on Mr. Echard's relentless attacks against Miss Owens trying to falsely portray her as a pregnancy faker, a campaign which has been extremely successful. Why has it been so successful, David? Why has it been so successful? Included in those attacks was this offensive photo showing Ms. Owens' body photoshopped onto a fake Halloween costume package. This image is attached to Mr. Echard's motion as Exhibit 3. Oh, God, I can only imagine how she feels about all the other images everybody's made of her. This is literally nothing. Oh, it's such a joke. Eka says, David is an insult to mediocre lawyers. It's unbelievable. It is unfucking believable to listen to this guy. It's crazy. Faker. Right? She's the one with 14 felony charges right now, David. So this is all aging like milk. It's perfect. Perfect, David. Perfect. Although this image is fake in the sense that Ms. Owens has never appeared on a Halloween costume package, Mr. Echard offered no evidence to show that Ms. Owens created this image or that she was responsible for posting it online. Given the embarrassing and insulting nature of the image, it stands to reason Ms. Owens had no reason to create this image or share it online. There's also no proof that he did. But he was pro se, so he didn't know what he didn't know. Indeed, the whole point of Ms. Owens seeking the order of protection was to provide relief from these types of attacks because the internet is so mean. Why are you guys so mean to her on the internet? All right? It's just not fair. It's crazy. How dare you not believe her? Katie Llama, watch out. Your memes will end up in Maricopa County courts next. Right? All of our thumbnails. Your Honor, that llama in Buffy had me holding a sign, a begging like homeless people sign for lunch. It was insulting and I'm scared. Oh, this is the first time you've seen the Halloween costume picture. Oh, there's a colored version. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Very easy to find. And again, Clayton did not, but remember her lawyer was just like, it was definitely him under fake names, under all the fake names like Silly Goose Tits and all the tit names, even though this was posted by the one and only Jen, I think was the name attached to it. But again, who fucking cares? Grow up. If you're going to play on the internet, then grow up. All right? Have some tough skin because that's just how the internet works, guys. Buffy said, yeah, speaking of images, I'm going to need someone to look over tomorrow's thumbnail. It might make someone mad. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to see it. All right. In short, Ms. Owens has admitted to modifying one sonogram image in a non-material way. She testified in her deposition that she changed the name of the facility on the image to prevent Mr. Echard from knowing where it was done. Because why does it fucking matter? It doesn't matter. Like, what is he going to do? Call and try to get information? It doesn't matter. They won't give him any information if he's not on your list. So who fucking cares? Beyond that, Ms. Owens has always maintained that the ultrasound image itself was not fake. It depicted her body, and it was taken at Planned Parenthood during the pregnancy, which she gives rise to the case. Okay. Simply changing the name of the location where the sonogram was taken does not mean the remainder of the image is fraudulent, you guys. Don't question the rest of it. How dare you? Okay, how dare you do that? It simply means Ms. Owens made a very dumb decision, yeah, agreed, to alter the document in a way that ultimately only harms Ms. Owens' case. Why would she do that, though? Come on. Come on. Waiting for Afro Man to make a song about her will be slammed. I love that. It's so embarrassing. Oh, goodness. Okay. I have to get up and do a stretch. Oh, I'll have to redo coffee before the next one. God, we still got 3 more of these to go. Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. But lying about the location where the image was created changes nothing about the fact that Ms. Owens was indeed pregnant. Okay. Furthermore, Mr. Echard has also admitted to lying in this case. He lied to Ms. Owens about real estate agreements she asked him to prepare on her behalf. Straight to jail, Clayton, straight to jail. These are the same kind of lies and everything. Okay. The fact that Mr. Echard had admitted lying to Ms. Owens does not mean he should automatically lose this case any more than the sonogram issue shows Ms. Owens should lose. Both parties in this case have acted stupidly at times, as has Laura's attorney. You, David, you. That is an unfortunate fact of life. And he who is without sin shall cast the first stone. He's so dramatic. Oh, he's so dramatic. Oh, my God. Only minor perjury. It's fine. David, my dude, why do you think she altered the name of the clinic? Come on. You think you're a smart guy. You could figure it out. He's the smartest of all the guys. Wink says it's such a joke to justify something like that. It's so crazy. Guy, the word says, guys, just because she altered the document and has no metadata and no actual records of a visit and no other lab results besides HGC doesn't mean anything. How dare we think she's a liar? We're so dumb. The bottom line is that Ms. Owens concedes she made a mistake here. As a result of that mistake, she cannot provide verification that her story about the sonogram is true. And she understands this is an issue that may affect, that may affect her credibility. You can give the actual Planned Parenthood ultrasound in the notes from that day that they have. You could, I don't know, give that as evidence. Because I'm sorry, when people accuse you of being a liar, you think you would want to give them actual real proof. Like, no, I did go there and this is how I changed it. But you can't provide the original because it didn't happen. Because it's not yours. See, David, that's our problem, David. Because so much other proof exists. Okay. Because so much other proof exists, the sonogram becomes largely irrelevant. Notably, because the sonogram is disputed. Dr. Medchill completely disregarded it in his report. Yet he still concluded sufficient other evidence exists to support Miss Owens' pregnancy with a high degree of medical certainty. So she didn't provide you with the real ultrasound to give to the real expert that you're paying probably thousands of dollars to? David, come on. Like, what? For all the reasons stated above, there is no basis for this court to vacate the order of protection entered in this matter. Reasonable factual grounds existed to support the court's finding of actual or potential domestic violence, as that term is defined, and Mr. Echard's motion fails to show any basis for a different conclusion. Now, okay. And it should be denied, and Ms. Owens should be awarded all attorney's fees. Okay. Well, that was something, David. Let's move on to part 2 of 4 of David's submission here for this. What is this? Okay. Oh, this is 23 pages. Oh, all right. I'm going to have to re-up for coffee. I'm going to play the same meme videos so you guys can look at them again since they weren't long enough. But all right, everybody, stretch your brain. Go get your coffee and snacks. You got 3 minutes and we will reconvene for part 2 of 4 of this most painful thing I've read. And it's always painful. It's always painful. Oh, hi, 80s. Hi, hope you're doing good. So she says, you know what I do before I subpoena my own clients' records and thereby letting opposing counsel know they exist? I have the client send a release and get them myself. I know, it's crazy. Why would you do that, though? You just take your client's word for it. Obviously. All right, friends. Meme dance party time real quick. Go get coffee, snacks, or booze. What time is it? 2:30. I might have to. I'm going to put my bottle of wine in the fridge, but I might pop a glass today because, geez Louise, we still got 3 more of these. And I'll be right back. Okay, friends. Okay, ready? Dance party. It might be loud. Sorry, is the music too loud on it? Because I'll remember to lower that when I extend the time on them. You just let me know. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Hope you enjoyed your dance party, your stretches. Had some good laughs, I hope. I'll be making more of those this weekend. All right, let's get back into whatever stupid shit we're going to read next. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see. Why is the court still allowing her to file any cases? I don't know, but I'm over it. Terry, is it too early for wine? I put mine in the freezer. So I don't think so. Make like the Flash and get my coffee. I'm back already. Wait, this is DC, not Marvel. 80s. Let's see. Is the wait music very loud for anyone else? I'm having to mute, which means I miss when she comes back. Oh, I'm so sorry. I asked everybody if it was loud. It's really loud. Okay. I will definitely make that quieter because I wasn't sure if it was just super loud because of my headphones or what. So, okay. I will adjust that because I got to adjust the times on them so you guys can read them, and I will adjust the volume as well. My apologies. We're learning together, so it's great. Right? Don't tell me what I can't do. All right, so let's get into this stuff. Okay. We have Laura's expert disclosure statement. Oh, all right. Let's see what this doctor really has to say about it. All right. Petitioner Laura Owens discloses the following information regarding expert witness Dr. Michael T. Medchill, MD, in Florida. Apparently, he lives in Florida now. Okay. A, Dr. Medchill is a recently retired OBGYN who has provided an expert report on the subjects of OBGYNisms as applied in his review of certain medical records in this matter. Dr. Medchill is being compensated at the rate of $500 an hour. Oh, wow. That's pretty cheap. Sorry, my nose is itchy. That is pretty cheap for an expert witness. Oh, wow. I wonder if this is the first time he's an expert. I don't know. For his services, including records review and trial testimony, if needed, to date, Dr. Medchill has been paid a total of $2,500. Okay. That's why, listen, experts should get paid. They do get paid. It's not that weird. When you're watching like criminal trials, they'll always be like, and how much did the defense pay you to be an expert witness? And it's like, well, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't mean a whole lot. But okay, that's very cheap. Anyway, Dr. Medchill's curriculum vitae, reflecting his qualifications and publications, is attached. The substance and facts of Dr. Medchill's opinions are in here. The materials reviewed by Dr. Medchill informing the grounds of his opinion are here. And the reference materials cited in Dr. Medchill's report are attached here too. Okay. Ooh. Let's see what it has to say. Am I reading all of these? Yes. Okay, I am. All right. All right. So here is his CV. Oh, okay. In 1969, he went to Mesa Community College, then State University, graduated in 1974. Okay. Became a doctor of medicine, Medical College of Wisconsin. Shout out to you, Bruce. Then Phoenix Integrated Residency and OBGYN in 1989. Group clinic, blah, 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 blah. Medical doctor, Mom Mobile. And then he was in private practice from 2001 to 2018. Okay, so he seems pretty qualified. That's great. I don't really care that much. He's a real doctor, which is saying a lot in this kind of case, to be quite honest. Publications, he's written a bunch of shit. Okay, cool. Don't care. All right. 1. Did Ms. Owens have good reason to believe she was pregnant on August 1st, 2023? Are these his questions or are these questions David gave him? I don't know. Intimacy of some type occurred on 5/20/23. A faint positive urine, HCG, was noted on May 31st, 2023. Home pregnancy tests are usually positive by 14 days after conception, depending on the quality of the tests, a little sooner. The fact that the test was faintly positive at 11 days shows good correlation. With a twin pregnancy, HCG levels may rise a little faster and be detectable by a urine pregnancy test a little sooner. These tests are approximately 99% accurate. Okay. They're accurate for test. They're 100% accurate for testing for HCG. So that's not the same as pregnancy, though, David. If we're going to get on semantics here. Okay. Llama love. What is this? Show some llama love for the one and only queen of the couch. Drop those hearts and hooves in the chat, Lamination. Aw, I love that. That's new. Hey, that's making me all the things today. I love it. I love it. Buffy says a real doctor expert who has never assessed the patient. Right. Okay. Let's see. She had a positive urine HCG at Banner Health on June 1st, 2023. Therefore, she had a medically performed test which corroborated her home pregnancy test. Okay. On June 23rd, 2023, which, by the way, if you would have went to Banner Health, gotten a positive ped test, they'd be like, okay, go schedule an appointment now with your OBGYN and go from there. That's when you're going to hear the heartbeat. You're going to have the ultrasounds. You're going to have an actual HCG number. That's what she would have been instructed to do afterwards. Okay. But that also doesn't mean anything. So she could have just as easily went and not been pregnant because other things can make HCG show positive. Now, on July 23rd, she passed 2 small fleshy objects vaginally. Okay. So now they're sticking to, she had a miscarriage in July. Before she filed the paternity, she's passed 2 fleshy things before she files for paternity. Even though Gingras wrote a blog talking about how she lost one and then the other one later. So their stories aren't straight here. Also, at this point, you'd see a doctor. So if his last argument had that in good faith, she thought she was pregnant when she filed for all of this, there's no way she could have thought she was fucking pregnant then, David. All right. Hello. You can't claim, oh, this is when she had the miscarriage, but she also thought she was pregnant. It doesn't even fucking make any sense. All right. This may have just been some blood and cervical mucus. I doubt it. It may have been 1 fetus passing. It may have been 2 fetuses passing. Pathology testing was not done on the material, so a precise answer is not possible. Did she go to the doctor right afterwards? Because guess what? She would have gotten a doctor's appointment the next day. The next day. She could have called any OBGYN and they'd be like, all right, we'll have you in tomorrow. Like that. Because that's how that works. Fleshy. Is that a medical term? I think that's why they put it, the doctor put it in quotations. Having passed some material, Ms. Owens logically would want to know if she was still pregnant. She did 2 more pregnancy tests. Oh my God. On July 25th and August 1st, which of course are going to test positive because you still, even if you're miscarrying, you still have an HCG level going on. And again, if you wanted to know if you're still pregnant, go to the fucking doctor. Like, how this doctor even write this is beyond me, but okay. Both were positive. A reasonable person without more sophisticated testing and ultrasound would reasonably think that not only was she proven to be pregnant on May 31st and June 1st, but that she was still pregnant on August 8th, 2023. No, I respectfully disagree, doctor. No reasonable person is going to go about this process to see if they are in fact pregnant or still pregnant. You know better. You know better. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the hooves and lips. I love it. Let's see. The fact that her quantitative HCG was still 102 positive on October 16th, 2023, documents that a pregnancy did exist on 5 different occasions. It also does. A quantitative HCG indicates not only if one is pregnant, but how pregnant. A level of 102 this far into the pregnancy would indicate that there was a pregnancy at some point in time, but it was no longer viable or living. In fact, it would indicate that it had been non-viable for some time. Okay. So if it's non-viable for what? So from July to October, the end of July, 2.5 months. Why hasn't she went to the fucking doctor? Early pregnancy loss is defined as a non-viable interuterine pregnancy with either an empty gestational sac or a gestational sac containing an embryo or fetus without fetal cardiac activity within the first 13 weeks of gestation. With expectant management, 80% of early pregnancy loss will achieve complete expulsion within 8 weeks. Early pregnancy loss. Oh, that was his source. So with early pregnancy losses, HCG levels do not return to negative for weeks and weeks. In fact, 20% don't resolve within 8 weeks. Depending on how early the pregnancy loss occurred will determine if there is significant bleeding or not. In some early losses, the fetuses and placenta get reabsorbed by the body with little or no bleeding at all. Small pieces of retained placenta attached to the uterine wall will continue to produce small amounts of HCG until the tissue is expelled, bleeding, or reabsorbed. Right. But also, no. I mean, yes, your body can reabsorb it at a certain point, but then also it can. But for the rest of us who have had these, you fucking know. Like, there's no confusing it for literally anything else. So, okay. The continued HCG levels would result in the patient feeling pregnant. Additionally, Miss Owens is known to have polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS, which may result in ovarian cysts, weight gain, breast tenderness, and commonly bloating. However, PCOS does not cause false positive pregnancy tests. I don't know who said they did, but I didn't. Okay. On November 14th, Ms. Owens' HCG was negative. Clearly, Ms. Owens was pregnant, consistent with a conception date of 5/20. She no longer had a viable pregnancy at some point. When the pregnancy became non-viable is impossible to determine, but we know it happened before 10/16/20. You know what would make it easier to determine, guys? Going to the fucking doctor when it started happening. If it happened, that would solve a lot of these problems, right? As one should probably do when they're miscarrying, because it is a very dangerous. But okay. Coupled with the negative HCG test on 11/14. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I skipped a part. On that date, she had an HCG of only 102, when she would have been 21 weeks from conception. She was informed that this meant she probably had a non-viable pregnancy. Okay, so fine. Let's buy into Laura's bullshit story here. On 10/16, he's saying she had a level of 102. She miscarried before. She would have been at 21 weeks for conception. He says she was informed that this meant she probably had a non-viable pregnancy. Then a week later, she tells the court that she is pregnant, still pregnant. Your Honor, can I show him my belly? No, you may not. Here's the thing. If they're also informing you you have this non-viable pregnancy, guess what they're going to tell you to do? Go to the doctor. Get an ultrasound to see where, if it's still in there, if it's made its way down, if you're going to need surgery. Like, okay, and... Hi, Meek G. Could she have passed fibroids given that she claims PCOS then deleted the photos when it was obvious they weren't fetal sacs. I don't know the answer to that. I've never experienced that. So I can't answer. Maybe somebody in the chat has. I don't know anything about that. So that's interesting to bring up, though, Mink. I love it. Interesting idea. Nord says, say for sure, not a full-ass adult who apparently went to urgent care for the first pregnancy test, but not for a goddamn miscarriage. Exactly. Oh, so angry. Makes me so angry and frustrated. Miss Owens' quantitative HCG of 102 on 10/16, along with her multiple non-quantitative urine tests, would indicate to any reasonable person that she was pregnant. Okay. Coupled with the negative HCG test on 11/14 indicates that she was initially pregnant, followed by a typical pattern for an early spontaneous abortion, a miscarriage. And once all the HCG producing tissue had been reabsorbed, the HCG returned to negative. Okay. All right. Sure. Oh, look, it's Eljo. Hey, babe. Happy to see you. I don't usually see you make this live. I love that. You're a clinical laboratory scientist. I love it. Totally speaking your language. Well, look at that. I love that. Well, welcome to this nonsense. Let's see. I read that. Is the HCG verifiable medical evidence of pregnancy? In general, yes, with a certainty of greater than 99%. In rare situations, HCG can be elevated in patients with germ cell tumors. Clearly, we are not dealing with that. In other rare cases, HCG can be elevated following a pregnancy and a subsequent trophoblastic tumor. Again, we are not dealing with that in this situation. What about shooting yourself with HCG, doctor? Is that possible? Okay. Approximately 1% false positive rate. The causes of these include user error, incorrect use of the test evaporation lines, and use of an expired test. The likelihood of a false positive test on 5 separate occasions makes this possibility incredibly unlikely. I do agree with you there, sir. I do agree. Some medications have been implicated in giving false positive HCG tests. She was on the same types of medications when her 5 HCG tests were positive and when the HCG was negative. Additionally, her HCG pattern followed a typical HCG pattern in which there was an early fetal loss, followed by weeks and weeks of time passing before a complete expulsion or reabsorption, which was documented on 11/14/2023 with a negative test when she had a pap smear done. So, okay. Let's see. Dan Montana says that law firm I worked for used one guy pretty regularly. He was great in front of juries. The law firm had a high success rate. I definitely learned what to say if I had gotten a wreck. I mean, it's definitely a learning experience. Eljo says, I couldn't recall how I originally found your show. Anthony Christopher is a friend of mine. Oh, maybe that's why. Terry True Crime is on this channel as well. She interviewed Javier and Anthony Christopher, not last fall, but last winter, the year before that. Actually, it was when I was going through my miscarriage because I didn't get to meet them. I didn't even friends with him. Oh, what a great guy. Talk about, if you guys don't know about Anthony Christopher and LaDonna, you want to hear a story of some other fucking bullshit? Go look into LaDonna and Anthony Christopher and what she did there. It is, again, another unbelievable amount of harassment, and it's it's crazy. It's crazy. So definitely go look at that later. Yeah, false positives are extremely unlikely, even once. So I think Okay. Yep, that it is wild. It is wild, LaDonna. That's another rabbit hole to go down. All right. How reliable and accurate are home urine pregnancy tests? Approximately 99%. True. Would it be reasonable for Ms. Owens to assume she was pregnant based on that type of sexual conduct she had and the lab test results she received? He says yes. There was not a description of the foreplay. Well, sir, we got a description. It was dry humping and finger banging and blowjobs because we are in high school. There is nothing wrong with still being grown and wanting to do some dry humping, some making out, some finger banging, and some oral. Okay, there's nothing wrong with it, but it was very funny how she worded it all. Yes, that was not a description of the foreplay, and there was disputed testimony about the afterplay. It is well known that men are like basketball players and they dribble before they shoot, which is why the withdrawal method has a much higher failure rate than most other methods of birth control. They also dribble after they shoot. There's a lot of dribbles, a lot of dribbling everywhere. Sorry. Oh gosh. So if he did put his penis in or near her vagina after orgasm, she could still get pregnant. I don't know how many guys orgasm and it's like, now I'm going to put it in. I don't know if that's ever happened, but okay. Lainey, James Joyce and his girlie didn't have any issues. No, they didn't. If you don't get that reference, everybody that became members today, go watch Llama Learns About the James Joyce sexy time letters with his future wife, Nora. The lovely elbow feed joined and read them. And it's a time. If you want to see how red Llama can get, go watch that later today. Barbecue Queen says the first thing that locked me into this case was I can't believe this bitch really accused this guy over a BJ, right? Me either. Girl, what? That's true. If you watch it, be prepared. Make sure you have headphones on. It is not safe for life in public consumptions. Okay. Where were we here? So shooting, basketballs. In fact, I had one patient who was clearly pregnant. We already read this part. Ultrasound confirmed, who absolutely denied intercourse, denied even ever using tampons, and stated that she was a virgin. I have heard that story many times. In this case, however, I was shocked at the time of her exam to see that her hymen was intact. That alone would be remarkable enough to remember her, but her name was Maria, and her due date was within a day or two of Christmas. 6, is there any information in the records which are inconsistent with Ms. Owens being pregnant? No. She was clearly pregnant with 99+% certainty based on 5 HCGs from both urine and blood. What we are not able to determine from the data is the exact time at which her pregnancy became non-viable. Okay. Don't you think it's weird that you don't have it? Okay. The timing of the SAB/miscarriage data are consistent that Ms. Owens did indeed get pregnation 5/20/23. Sometimes the SAB is completed with heavy bleeding and passage of tissue. In these cases, the timing of the SAB is relatively precise. In other cases, the SAB is incomplete. The fetus dies or stops developing, but there may or may not be bleeding for weeks. A completed SAB is when everything is expelled or reabsorbed. When this happens, the HCG will return to negative. In Ms. Owens' case, the miscarriage or completed SAB was not technically completed until November 14th, 2023, when she would have been how many? 24 weeks? She's never went to the doctor for a high-risk patient with twins. So even though Ms. Owens felt pregnant and the HCGs were positive, unbeknownst to her, by her own fucking choice, the process had started many weeks earlier. The exact timing is unable to be determined by the data available. Abnormal pregnancies frequently have a slower growth rate than normal fetuses and frequently are small for gestational age before they expire. So, for example, a 9-week fetus may only measure about the size of a 7 to 8 week size fetus, which is about the size of a kidney bean. A 7-week size fetus is just a little bigger than half an inch. Fetuses this size may simply get reabsorbed by the body or expelled with little blood loss. Okay, well, so I had mine at 10 weeks. And when we went to the hospital, the baby still had a heartbeat. It was still in the right position. They were like, if this keeps happening, then call your doctor. But the baby is viable. There's a heartbeat. Everything is fine. And we're like, okay, I know everything's not fine. Like, I was not convinced everything was fine. The next morning, things were not fine. Because when things are not fine. And so I went to the doctor, and so the baby actually was measuring at like 6 weeks in size. I was 10 weeks, but it was going to happen either way. But just what he said there is exactly what can happen. It happened, where the fetus was much smaller than how far along I should have been. So that happens. And also not to be super gross, but when it did come out, because it does look different than anything that's ever come out of you, probably. But it's not like, because she would have been around the same time when she had this miscarriage, right? June, July. So about 8 weeks is when she's claiming, and she's saying it's the whole size of her hand in July. No, I don't think it was. Because I passed mine in my hand in the shower. So not to be gross, but it's science, and I'm just sharing my experience. Sorry, it might be a little too much, but it's how things work. It is possible that she passed one or both fetuses on July 23rd. Even if she did pass both, she still felt pregnant because of the positive HCG pregnancy hormone and possible PCOS symptoms, which can cause weight gain, breast tenderness, and bloating. This was confirmed in her mind by her continuing positive pregnancy test, weight gain, and protruding abdomen shown on pictures she took on September 19th and October 9th. But again, why haven't you went to a fucking doctor? Who cares what her belief is? That doesn't mean anything. Finally, it is illogical to think she would request the Ravgen. Sir, you have not met fucking Laura Owens, have you, Dr. Menchill? Finally, it is illogical to think she would request the Ravgen test in August and have it performed in late September if she didn't think she was pregnant. Ravgen is a non-invasive prenatal test on maternal blood that detects fetal DNA. Based on this fact that this was likely an early pregnancy loss before 12 weeks, the fetuses expired before the Ravgen test. Therefore, it's not a surprise that the test was inconclusive and showed little to no fetal DNA in late September. But sir, doctor, sir, I love that you're giving her the benefit of the doubt here. But don't you think if somebody got one of these tests back, she did fucking like 3 of them, that said there was little to no DNA, that she would take her fucking ass to the doctor and get an ultrasound to see why it's showing this way? Again, come on, doc. You know that this is not normal. You know that. You just can't wrap your mind around the fact that somebody would be this fucking batshit crazy. And neither could we, neither could we wrap our heads around this, but it's real, doc. It's real. It's real. So, oh, thank you. That's very nice. Barbecue Queen says this is how we take people down with the truth, and it takes court share. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, courage to share. That makes more sense. Evelyn says, you know how you get facts and not belief? You go to the doctor. You go to the doctor. Go to the doctor. But okay. We're all in this together, aren't we? Here we are on the crazy train, Doc. Now, Ms. Owens is not required to file a death certificate. In Arizona, a death certificate is required if the gestational age at the time of fetal death occurs after 20 weeks estimated gestational age or weighs more than 350 grams, which is about 3/4 of a pound. Clearly, the fetal death was before 20 weeks. As I have pointed out, the fetal death occurred before 12 weeks and likely several weeks earlier. So he's saying it would have to happen super earlier, which then also throws out fucking what David said about her losing one and then losing the other one later in the fall. But okay. All right. So that was his report there. What is this? Okay. This is a letter from Gingras to Dr. Medchill. Dr. Medchill, thank you for agreeing to review the enclosed information regarding my client, Laura Owens. As discussed, Laura has agreed to pay $500 an hour for your professional services in reviewing the enclosed records and answering some questions which will require you to offer an expert opinion in the area of OBGYN-isms. Then why is her belly so big at court? Obviously, it's her PCOS, Buffy. And why go see a doctor for that reason? Like, I would assume, even if that was what was happening, and she knows this can happen to her by having PCOS, wouldn't that be, I don't have this, so I don't know if anybody in the chat does have it, they can, but wouldn't that be another reason that if you're showing these symptoms to get to the doctor? Just to be sure, like, something isn't happening? I don't know. I don't know how that works. If that causes an alarm of symptoms or something, I would think it would. But, you know, doctors are hard to go to, you guys. It's just so hard. Lady in Gray says, every woman I know called the doctor for an appointment as soon as they took a home test. She did not act normal. Exactly. I mean, I can understand maybe, you know, you really are contemplating about whether or not you're going to keep the baby or not. And so you need some time to decide and you're not going to call right away. But we know that wasn't really the case here with her. So I don't see, and again, you're considered high risk. She already considered herself a high risk pregnancy before a doctor told her she was a high risk pregnancy, which is exactly why you would call a doctor right away. I did. Why wouldn't you? Buffy says lots of doctors don't care about PCOS or endometriosis. Don't even get me started on that rant. It took years for me to find a doctor that would take me seriously. Yeah, lots of women have a problem with that, as they should. So Eljo said with my third, I didn't get an appointment right away. We were about to move back to Minnesota from Kansas, and I didn't see the point. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly different. I mean, I called when I found out, and my appointment wasn't for another 5 weeks because I was like, 5-6 weeks pregnant, if that. I was very, early. So I was supposed to have it at 11 weeks, and then we lost it at 10 weeks. So, I mean, just because you call, they may not get you in right away, or you might be moving. I mean, but she is not like other women in this scenario at all. But even then, I mean, I'm sure, like, because even when I beat on a test, I still had that doubt of whether or not I was really pregnant or not. Like, I know it says positive, but in my brain, I'm like, but what if it's not? What if it, what if it's something else that happened? Or, I don't know. I always had a hard time, even with my son, of it wasn't until you get to the doctor and you hear the heartbeat and you have the ultrasound and you're like, oh, okay. So that's when I finally accept that I am pregnant. But she didn't do nothing that the majority of us all do. And plus, you said that was your third baby. So you at least knew enough what to, look out. Right, Eljo. I had just had a baby. I knew. And I was mad. Exactly. No, she doesn't act normal for any of this. Anyway, let's get back to this letter to the doctor. As we discussed, Laura is aware you have retired from active practice and that your Arizona medical license is no longer current. What? What? Okay. A great expert here. Okay. Per the Arizona Medical Board website, it appears your most recent license expired on March 7th, 2022, just over 2 years ago. Your retirement does not preclude you from serving as an expert witness in this matter. If anything, your long career as an OBGYN means you have even more experience and expertise in the areas we need help understanding. Question for any medical people: if you're a retired doctor, do you still like try to keep your medical license, or do you have to practice to keep? How does that work? Or you just let it lapse because you're retired? If anybody knows the answer to that, I would appreciate it. Buffy says, you are not alone. It took so much work to get pregnant that when I finally did, I had to take like 5 pregnancy tests to believe it, right? Let's see. This makes your input that much more valuable. As such, both Laura and I greatly appreciate you taking the time to help. To make this process as easy as possible, this letter will summarize the facts of the case and will ask you to express opinions about a few things. While the underlying story of this case is complicated, the basic issue we need your help with is very simple. Miss Owens claims she became pregnant on May 20th, 2023, and that her pregnancy later ended in miscarriage. The would-be father disputes this. He claims she faked the whole thing and that she was never pregnant at all. The goal here is to try and help the court determine the truth. Did Miss Owens knowingly lie about her pregnancy, or did she file this action in good faith, believing that she was pregnant? Due to the unusual posture of the case, Ms. Owens admits she is no longer pregnant. It probably does not matter whether Miss Owens was ever actually pregnant. It does fucking matter. Instead, the court is being asked to impose monetary sanctions on Ms. Owens for filing a frivolous case. In that situation, the key issue is whether she had any good faith basis to think she was pregnant, even if that belief later turned out to be wrong. Excuse me. Terry says, when I was 16, I passed out from severe pain, and the doctors told my parents and boyfriend that I had a tubal pregnancy, but I had not had sex. It turned out to be a ruptured tube due to a cyst. Wow. That's wild. I had a torsion with my tube and ovary when I was 13. So I just got the one over here, working overtime. Now, and you know what? When I had that happen, I too was in a lot of pain and passed out, and they took me to the hospital. And I had these 3, I was 13, right? I had not started my period yet. I was a very late bloomer, probably for this reason. I don't know. But the doctors, 3 older male doctors, were trying to tell myself and my mom, oh, it's probably just cramps. She's probably getting ready to have her first menstrual cycle. And I am like, no way. No way. This is what this is supposed to feel like. There's no way. How are women functioning, right? No, it turns out my tube and ovary had done a torsion, and my ovary swelled up to the size of your kidney, which is the size of your fist. And these 3 motherfucking doctors tried to tell me I was just starting my period. Yeah. Okay. Ugh. People wonder why I have medical phobias and issues because from an early age, I was just like, you people are fucking dumb. I almost died because of you guys. So, oh, your tube ruptured too 2 years before you had baby Buffy. Yeah, so many of us. You hadn't had your first cycle yet either. Wow. At 16? Ooh. Well, that's probably why. I guess that makes sense. It was awful. Anyway, background. To recap the situation, Laura is currently involved in a pending paternity case in Maricopa County, which she filed as the petitioner. Attached is an affidavit from Laura that explains the basic facts and details of her story. Included with the affidavit are various medical records to support her story. For purposes of clarity, Laura's affidavit does not cover every single aspect of the dispute between her and the father. Why not? As a matter of necessity and brevity, we have tried to only provide you with the key facts and details that bear on the questions we need your help understanding, and not other stuff that might make you change your mind. Laura claims that on May 20th, 2023, she had a brief one-night sexual relationship with the punitive father, Clayton Echard. Laura claims she and Mr. Echard had sex briefly and that she tested positive for pregnancy 11 days later. And Miss Owens claims she tried to speak with Mr. Echard about the matter, but he was extremely hostile and dismissive. He encouraged her to terminate the pregnancy, and he denied that he could be the father because he claims he did not actually have intercourse with Miss Owens. Okay. Ms. Owens claims she tried. Oh, I already read that. Sorry. Ms. Owens explored the option of abortion, but ultimately decided not to terminate the pregnancy, even though she begged him to be in a relationship with her numerous times. After making that decision, she filed the paternity action against Mr. Echard on August 1st, 2023. That date is important because one of the key questions here is whether Laura had a good faith basis to think she was pregnant at the time this action was first filed. As long as Laura had a good faith basis to think she was pregnant, she should not face sanctions, even if that belief was later proven to be incorrect. Excuse me. Under the law, people are generally allowed to bring cases without being 100% certain about the facts. A good faith mistake would typically not be sufficient grounds for a court to impose sanctions against a person in Ms. Owens' position. So while it would be helpful to know whether Ms. Owens was actually pregnant on August 1st, 2023, the court will also be looking at what she believed on that date, even if later events proved her belief was incorrect. Okay. As indicated in Laura's affidavit, the punitive father, Clayton Echard, claims it is impossible for him to be the father of Laura's child, assuming she was ever pregnant. Mr. Echard claims this is impossible because he says he and Laura never had sexual intercourse. He also suggested Laura may have tried to trap him by transferring his semen from her mouth following oral sex to her vagina. Laura denies doing this. Whether sexual intercourse did or did not occur is a disputed fact which you do not need to resolve. For the purposes of this review, you may simply assume the question of sexual intercourse is disputed and will be resolved by the court at a later time. Okay. Also, it is probably worth noting Clayton's attorney has made various arguments in support of his request for sanctions. These arguments are probably not directly relevant to your task, but they may be helpful for context. Okay. If you are interested in seeing these arguments, I have included a copy of a pleading entitled Motion for Sanctions pursuant to Rule 26, filed by Mr. Echard in the case on January 3rd, 2020. So he sent him that thing that he had been bitching about there not being a certificate, how they need to withdraw this, and he just sends it to one of the experts, even though now it's been withdrawn and doesn't matter. Okay, David. Okay. In this motion, Mr. Echard's lawyer explains why he thinks Laura lied about being pregnant. The primary arguments seem to be HCG tests are not verifiable medical evidence of pregnancy. The Rav-Chin test suggested little to no fetal DNA was found, implying that no fetal DNA was ever present. Clayton claims Laura wore a fake moon bump prosthetic during a video court appearance. Laura flatly denies this, and she has provided photos showing her body during the dates in question, which are included here. What is she doing? Holding up like a fucking newspaper or something? Like, okay. Incidentally, the motion for sanctions is no longer pending. It was withdrawn for reasons that are not relevant to your task, but I'm going to send it to you anyway. As you may recall from other matters, the rule of procedure generally requires expert testimony to include certain specific things, showing the expert is qualified to express an opinion on a given subject. You know what? There we go. I wonder if the music was so loud because I still had everything boosted from the hearing. Have I been so loud all day? Oh, no, you guys probably would have told me. Interesting. Anyway, in particular, Rule 49J of the Arizona rules, disclosure of expert witness. Each party must disclose the name, address, and telephone number of any person the party expects to call as an expert witness at trial. The party must also disclose the subject matter on which the expert will testify, the substance of the facts and opinions on which the expert will testify, a summary of the grounds for each opinion, the expert's qualifications, and the name and address of any custodian of reports the expert prepared. Okay. Oh, I'm fine. Okay. I just turned it off. I am so bad at remembering but it was probably still loud. It was loud when I made those the other night. With that rule in mind, here are the specific questions we would like you to address in a short written report for the court. The report should also include a summary of your qualifications as outlined in the paragraph above. So 1, based on your review of Ms. Owens' medical records and her affidavit, we don't need to, we literally are the same as what we read. Oh, wait, 7, important note. Laura's belief has always been that she became pregnant. Actually, no, we're going to read these because some of them are actually not what was in there. 1, based on your review of Ms. Owens' medical records and her affidavit explaining the facts and details of her interaction with Mr. Record in May 2023, is there a reasonable probability Ms. Owens was in fact pregnant at or around the time she filed paternity action on August 1st, 2023? 2, keeping in mind that on August 1st, 2023, Ms. Owens did not know what her HCG levels would be 10 weeks later in mid-October 2023. Does the fact that Ms. Owens had a lab test on October 16, 2023, which showed HCG levels of 104 demonstrate that Ms. Owens was never pregnant? Mr. Echard has taken the position that an HCG test is not verifiable medical evidence of pregnancy. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? How reliable and or accurate are at-home pregnancy tests? If a woman takes a test and receives a positive result, does that provide a reasonable basis for the woman to believe that she might be pregnant? Yes, but then where's all the doctor stuff? In your opinion, if a woman engaged in sexual activity of the sort described in Ms. Owens' affidavit, and she had a positive home pregnancy test 11 days later, followed by a positive pregnancy test administered by a reputable healthcare facility such as Banner Health 12 days later, followed by another positive home pregnancy test a month after the sexual contact, followed by another positive home pregnancy test 5 weeks after the sexual contact, would it be reasonable for that woman to conclude she was probably pregnant? Again, she's fine taking all these P tests, but not everything else? Like, okay. You had pregnancy, or you had kidney stones, and they said I was tired and pregnant. Excruciating pain. Oh, garbage. Ugh. Do the medical records attached to Ms. Owens' affidavit contain any indication that she was not pregnant in or around August 2023? In other words, is there any information or evidence in the record which is clearly inconsistent with Ms. Owens being pregnant during this time period? Important note, Laura's belief has always been that she became pregnant on May 20th, 2023 during the encounter with Mr. Echard, and that she miscarried sometime after mid-October 2023. Okay, which is it? That belief was based on the numerous positive pregnancy tests she took between May 31st and October 16th. If the miscarriage occurred after or around mid-October, this would be around 21 weeks gestation. At that stage, it is my understanding the fetus would be approximately 10 inches in length, and a stillbirth or miscarriage would be obvious to the mother. she would clearly see an identifiable fetus. But Laura has always maintained that she did not experience any obvious miscarriage signs after mid-October, nor did she ever see a discharged fetus. This odd situation has caused Clayton's lawyers to question whether Laura was ever pregnant at all, simply because parts of the story do not make sense, such as the lack of an obvious, well-developed fetus, the low HCG levels on October 16 test, and the finding from Rabgen in last September, early October, that little to no fetal DNA was present. This leads to a very important final question. Is it possible that Laura may have unknowingly miscarried on July 23rd, 2023, but continued to test positive for pregnancy several weeks afterwards? Again, her last positive pregnancy test was on October 16th, 2023, which showed an HCG level of 104. Based on that, Laura previously believed her pregnancy may have continued all the way into October. But after viewing all the facts together, it appears her belief might have been mistaken, because people kept saying, bitch, this doesn't make no sense. It seems entirely plausible that a miscarriage occurred on July 23rd, but Laura was unaware of this until months later. Unaware. Why that specific date? Okay. Because she said stuff came out of her vagina on that date? That's even more reason to think you're miscarrying, but okay. One of the other reasons Mr. Echard's lawyer asserts the entire pregnancy was fake is because Laura claims she continued to show physical signs of pregnancy, including a heavily swollen abdomen in September and October 2023. But what were her boobies like? Because if you're pregnant, your boobies keep getting bigger too. They do. I know. It's one of the few times I've ever had boobies. It's very exciting. She'd be like, oh, this is what this is like. Okay. Let's see. Mr. Echard's lawyer contends if Laura was still pregnant in that time period and had a miscarriage around 21 to 22 weeks, there must have been an obvious dead fetus, and Laura should have been required to file a death certificate. Thus, the question is whether it is possible Laura miscarried on July 23rd, 2023, did not realize it, and that her swollen abdomen was simply a result of post-miscarriage inflammation or something similar. What? I so miss the boobies. Oh, look, Cracked Pepper joins the club. I had an ovary removed at 13, and yeah, the pain was over the top. Had a huge dermoid cyst. Oh, look at that. There's dozens of us. Wild, right? That's why when she's like, oh, I had to have an ovary removed, and you got pregnant this many fucking times. The fuck you did. Okay, girl. Okay. How much you pay for this long-winded BS? I know, right? Let's see. This would explain why she did not pass a large 10-inch stillborn fetus after mid-October, because the fetus was passed on July 23rd, when she was less than 8 weeks pregnant. Any insight you can offer into this would be greatly appreciated. When addressing these questions, please keep in mind expert testimony may be excluded if it fails to meet the reliability requirements of Rule 702 of the Rules of Evidence and case law interpreting these rules as such. In general, the court will be interested in evaluating your opinions based on the following 5 factors. 1, whether the expert's theory or technique can be or has been tested. 2, whether the theory or technique has been subjected to peer review and publication. 3, whether the technique or theory is generally accepted within the relevant scientific community, but it cannot be a scientific pregnancy or whatever the fuck you called it earlier. Clinical pregnancy. It's all made up words. 4, the known or potential rate of error of the technique or theory when applied, and the existence and maintenance of standards controlling application of this technique. Of course, this does not mean you need to provide any lengthy peer-reviewed analysis to support your answers, But if you are aware of any studies or publications which support your claims, it would be helpful if you cite them where applicable. As I mentioned before, our trial in this matter is set for June 10th, 2024, and the court has ordered both sides to complete their disclosures, including expert disclosures, no later than 30 days prior to trial, by May 10th, 2024. Of course, if you have any questions or would like any other information about Ms. Owens, Mr. Echard, or the case, please do not hesitate to ask, and I will be happy to provide them with you. Oh, we'll just do that. I saw a non-redaction. P.S. After this package of information was finalized, Laura realized that we failed to mention one additional detail. Laura states around 2014, she was diagnosed with PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome. Laura indicates that she has received care related to that condition. And attached on the following pages are reports from a pelvic CT scan done by Southwest Medical Imaging in June 2022, about 1 year prior to the events which give rise to this case. Oh, so this is in between Greg, because that starts in 2021 when she takes him to court. So this is in between Greg and Clayton. She now is diagnosed with, okay. Laura indicates she has had problems with ovarian cysts from time to time, as this report appears confirm. Laura is not sure what impact the PCOS had, if any, on her pregnancy in this case, but she wanted to mention that just in case you found it relevant. Okay. You had a large cyst and no pain at all. How'd they find it? Like, I'm sorry. I guess you don't have to share. That's pretty personal information. I'm sorry. I've never had one. So I was just wondering, like, how does that go? Or did they just find, and they just like removed it and when they went in there for something else? Right. You don't have to answer that. But Eljo says, I usually only work on super old cases, so I have no idea what this case is about. This one's crazy. All right. A lot of lies, Eljo. It's very, very crazy. All right. So here's from June 7th, 2022. History of abdominal dissension and concerns for an inguinal hernia. Comparison ultrasound dated on May 9th, 2022. Oh, look at that. She does know she can. So she'll get an ultrasound for this fucking bullshit, but not when you're on a high risk pregnancy with twins. Okay. Nobody, while hernias identified, moderate to large amounts of stool are seen through visualized colon. The rectum is mostly decompressed. No free fluid is identified. Hilarious. Uterus is present. Bilateral ovarian cyst and follicles are seen with some complex heterogeneous components in the left ovary measuring up to 5.1 centimeters. No acute osseous findings and some other stuff. Increased colonic stool burden of the pelvis. So she's very constipated, guys. Bilateral ovarian follicles with some complexity within the left ovary, likely partially hemorrhagic. Whatever. No routine follow-up is recommended. Okay. Seichi says bilateral ovarian cyst. So she never had one removed when she was with Mike. Oh, maybe. Burritos. It's all the burritos. All the burritos. So she can go to the doctor about other things. All right. So this is from Smile. This is also from June 7th, 2022. Same sort of history. Nobody. Oh, I think this is the same thing. Just in full. Yep, it is. We're the same. Oh, that's the end of that document. Okay. All right. Well, let's move on to the next one. Fucking great. Okay. The affidavit of Laura Owens. Have we read this? I don't think we've read an affidavit of hers yet for this case. I don't think so. Let's read it. All right, let's see what bullshit Laura's going to say today. One, my name is Laura Owens. If called to testify in court, I could and would testify to the following under penalty of perjury based on my own personal knowledge. There is some perjury charges headed your way, babes. So nailed it. Oh, found it during a well woman exam. Okay. Oh, well, I mean, I guess that's good that it was found then, right? You didn't really have any problems with it. That's good. I'm glad they were able to find that for you. I am 33 years old. My date of birth is blah, 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 blah. I am not married and I do not have any children. I'm 5'5" tall and currently weigh around 91 pounds. I'm 5'6". It's not healthy, girl. It's not healthy. It's not safe. I currently reside in Scottsdale, Arizona with my parents. I am the petitioner in the matter of Laura Owens v. Clayton Echard. I first met Clayton in May 2023 when I contacted him about purchasing some real estate investment properties. It is my understanding Clayton is a real estate agent, and I contacted him in the capacity via LinkedIn.com to inquire about some properties. In addition to discussing real estate, Clayton and I flirted with each other. Oh, it's so cringy. So cringy. And I believed that he was interested in me either romantically or physically. The feeling was mutual. On May 20th, 2023, after exchanging some flirty text messages and a picture of me in leggings in front of a horse, Clayton invited me to come over to his home in Scottsdale, which I did. Shortly after arriving that evening, Clayton offered me a THC marijuana edible gummy, which I accepted. Clayton also took at least one edible, and he appeared fairly high at the time. Oh, none of this makes you feel that. Sound better, babes. None of this makes you sound better. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Here's the details, guys. Clayton and I began kissing while seated on his couch. This eventually led to both of us removing all our clothing. I performed oral sex on Clayton, and he finished in my mouth, which I later swallowed. Your parents must be so proud, Laura. So proud. During this, I'm a swallower, not a spitter. Thank you very much. And I want that on court record, please. During this time, I clearly told Clayton I did not want to have sexual intercourse with him. Despite this, at one point while on the couch, Clayton inserted his penis inside my vagina for a moment. It was clear to me this was not accidental on his part. In response, I pushed him away and removed his penis from my body. Okay. Dear God. We know she's had sex before, but it is hard for me to believe that she has had sex before. We know she has with Mike and Greg, but okay. Although Clayton's conduct fit the technical definition of rape or sexual assault, I did not and do not want to accuse him of any crime, nor do I want him to be criminally prosecuted. But I'm going to tell everybody it's kind of like that, though. So, right? Barbecue Queen. Weird power flex, Laura Blowins. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. After the session on the couch ended, Clayton and I went to his bedroom and slept for several hours. During the night, we woke up and became physical again, and I performed oral sex on him again until he climaxed in my mouth. After we were done, I swallowed the semen and then went to the bathroom. Okay. What'd you go to the bathroom for? Just wondering. You didn't have sex at that time, to clean up and stuff. What? Okay. I understand. She wants everybody to know she's a swallower. Okay. She just wants everybody to know that. Eljo, keep your wiener away from there. That's off limits. This woman has no shame bells. No, she does not. No, she does not. I understand Clayton claims I may have tried to trap him by inseminating myself, spitting his sperm from my mouth into my hand, and then inserting the sperm into my vagina. That is not true. I swallowed both times, and I did not do anything to intentionally inseminate myself. You guys, you think she said this to her parents? Right? Because they have to know the allegations against her, I would think. Right? And they're saying that you spit it out of your mouth. And then, no, mom and dad, I promise you, I swallowed it both times. I just gargled it and swallowed it. Like, what? Oh my God. A certain industry has entered the chat. No, Dad, you should be proud of me. I did it twice in one night and swallowed both times. Oh, the smoking turkey baster. All right. If I wanted to trap Clayton, I would have told him I was willing to have sexual intercourse, and it was clear to me he would have accepted that offer. Instead, I told Clayton I did not want to have sex because I had no intention of getting pregnant. No, girl, you just didn't want to put it out on the first date. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why, let's be honest. Laura Owens, after dark. It always does with her. After the physical activity that took place on the evening of May 20th, Clayton and I viewed some properties in Scottsdale a few days later. After viewing several properties with Clayton, I asked him to prepare written purchase offers for 2 properties. We know those places. As requested, Clayton prepared both offers, which I signed on May 24th, 2023, and asked him to transmit to the sellers. To demonstrate my offers were serious, I attached proof of funds to the offers, which include a current bank statement showing I had almost $450,000 in cash in my checking account as shown below. Wait a second. Laura, in your signed affidavit, you are saying this money is in your bank account, but yet in the ADR complaint, this was from your investor, whatever the fuck his name was, bank account, I thought. Okay. Under penalty of perjury. She has a secret tunnel from her intestines to her uterus. She has the strongest uterus ever. Ever. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to bonk my mic like that. I had $450,000 in my bank account. But then when you go to bankruptcy court a couple years later, you're like, I've had no money in my account ever. I never had a job. I've never filed a W-2. I have no money. Okay, girl. Okay. Shortly after the offers were signed, Clayton told me he sent them to the sellers or their agents. Several days later, after I did not receive any updates, I asked Clayton whether he had sent the offers and whether he had heard anything back. Clayton's response was that yes, he had sent the offers, and no, he had not heard anything back. I did not know at this time, but later learned that Clayton lied to me about submitting these offers. He never sent them to the sellers or their agents. As a result, my offers were never considered or accepted by the sellers. Okay. her resume. I swallow, in case she has to pay like restitution to victims for her felony. The only thing she can put on her resume, that's it. I swallow. It's fine. And I can ride horses. So I'm qualified to do everything. Oh my God, this woman. On May 31st, I took a home pregnancy test, which showed a faint positive result. This caused me to believe I might be pregnant. To confirm the home test results on June 1st, 2023, I went to my local Banner Urgent Care, located at Greenway and 64th Street in Scottsdale. This is a fucking miracle on 64th Street here, by the way. Upon arriving at the location, I informed the nurse I thought I might be pregnant based on the faint line on the home pregnancy test I took the day before. I did not ask the nurse for any specific type of test. I simply told her I wanted to know if I was pregnant. Okay, and here's her receipts for June 1st, Bucks Greenway and 64th, $50. Okay. But didn't she give that address to Woodnick and it was like not real? I thought. And she's like, oh, it was the wrong one or something stupid like that. The test results I received from Banner were positive for pregnancy. Those results were and still are available in my Banner Health patient portal as shown below. Okay, it's positive. It doesn't mean a whole lot. I also received a printout from Banner with the test results as shown saying positive. What you are seeing for today, first trimester pregnancy encounter for pregnancy test. Then in there it says, please schedule an appointment with your OBGYN. Who thinks it said that too? I know. I do. Let's see. After confirming I was pregnant, hold on, let me close some of these other things because I feel like it's making my computer buggy. After confirming I was pregnant, I contacted Clayton and tried to discuss the situation with him. I was not sexually active with any other men aside from Clayton around the time of conception. So I firmly believed he must be the father, contrary to what an felony investigative report says that I was also banging a dude who lived in the same complex before and after Clayton in the same month. But nope, that didn't happen. It didn't happen. Okay. Clayton was very dismissive and angry. He claimed it was impossible for me to be pregnant because he claimed we never had sex, even though we did, albeit only briefly. Even her saying this, oh, it was in there for like 1 second. I would still not think 11 days later after you claimed you swallowed twice. If I get pregnant, no, get out of here. Get out of here. Hello, we evil Barlow. Is the Barlow, does that have anything to do with Real Housewives of Salt Lake City? Asking for a friend who loves the Real Housewives. Lo is so dumb that she's still planning a dinner. Oh, thank you for the reference back when I asked earlier for people to say this. Laura Owens is so dumb that she's still planning a gender reveal party for the fake twins and to Bill Clayton for it. Bravo. We evil bravo. I love it. Laura Owens is so dumb. That's a fun game. Clayton eventually agreed to meet with me on June 19th, 2023 at his home. When I arrived around 7:45 p.m., I brought the positive pregnancy test to show Clayton. He still did not believe I was pregnant. Clayton then produced a home pregnancy test he had purchased, and he demanded I take the test in front of him, which meant peeing on a stick, in case you're too dumb to know what that means. I complied with his request and I took the test directly in front of him with him watching. Well, that's brand new fucking information, Laura, because you've said before that wasn't what happened, that you couldn't do it. So he stood outside the door. He said it. And now you're saying, nope, he was watching me. His eyes were right there on my pee hole the whole time. I understand Clayton has claimed that I would not allow him to watch me take the test, but that is false. He watched me directly the entire time. Right. Okay. Sure, Laura. Sure. The test I took in front of Clayton also showed positive for pregnancy. Despite this, Clayton continued to insist that I was not pregnant and that if I was, he was not the father. He later asked me to stop contacting him, which was so fucking rude, guys. Eljo says, should have went with anal. Well, guess what, Eljo? That's in this story too, with an earlier guy she did this too. Tony Robbins and anal was a legit proposition to Mike Marigini. It's real life. I'm telling you, Eljo, you got to go back, watch all of our coverage. You will not be it gets literally crazier and crazier with every single one. Because you'll be like, I can't believe somebody's saying this out loud. And it's like, yeah. Hello, Emily. Hello. Hope you're doing well today, babes. Happy to see you. Yes, like this self-help. Yes. It's crazy. They go to like a seminar. And she tries to get him to do anal. It's fine. Let's just say there's a reason why I've been covering this for 3.5, almost 4 months now. So there's a very good reason. That's because it's insane. And we're only halfway through the insanity. Now, on July 2nd, 2023, while traveling in Southern California, I made an appointment with Planned Parenthood for the purpose of obtaining pills to medically terminate the pregnancy. At that time, Clayton had told me that he had no intention of being a father, and that if I decided to carry through with the pregnancy, he would have nothing to do with the child or children. That's not true. He said he would have stuff to do with them, but not you, because he hates your fucking guts. Clayton's attitude and horrible treatment caused me a great deal of stress and anxiety, and I was very close to making a decision to terminate the pregnancy. My mother drove me to the Planned Parenthood location on July 2nd, 2023. But she did not come into the facility with me. Why not? What? That doesn't even make any sense. So so at this point, July 2nd, you'd be 5 weeks along. That's not very far. That's fine. So you go there. This is apparently also when you got that ultrasound, I guess. And your mom doesn't go in with you, even though she's there to support you in making this big decision. You only decide to go see a doctor when you want to have an abortion, but after that, you don't go and have another ultrasound done ever again. Okay. It doesn't make sense. Take the pills, Laura. I didn't know the pills were supposed to go in my vagina, Craig. I love it. Anytime I can use that, I fucking love it. It was one of the most hilarious lines. I add the Greg. Greg was not in her original statement. I add the Greg part so we remember which guy it was, and I just think it's funny. But she did say, how was I supposed to know they were supposed to go in my vagina, Greg? Even though there was a picture of it literally showing how it was done. There was pictures, and she's like, I don't know. Wait, Evil Barlow. Elo is so dumb. She and Jingras have matching IQs and together are double digits. Does anyone, Lady Gray asks, does anyone really believe her, even her parents? I don't. Nobody believes her. Maybe her family. But even then, them believing her doesn't make any sense. Again, why would your mom not go in with you when she's with you to take you there? Like, that's just crazy. It doesn't make any sense. But then she never goes with you. She never encourages you like, hey, oh, by the way, You got to go to this doctor. Like, we need to do this. Come on. Anyway, she says, I went into the appointment alone and I explained my situation to the care provider. As part of my evaluation, the care provider at Planned Parenthood performed a sonogram on me and verified that I was, in fact, pregnant. But I didn't want my mommy in there to see. So that way I could probably lie to her face. Like, I think that they will believe Laura's lies, even though they shouldn't. But very interesting. You thought I said vagina crack. Well, I mean, there is that. Seichi says, Laura Owens is so dumb. She filed a bar complaint against House of Prime Rib for making her martini too weak. Right? Belle says, finally, I'm going to say, what kind of person is so nonchalant about whether to abort? Today I will, tomorrow I won't. Exactly. It doesn't, even that's not a normal reaction that women have. Like, that's crazy. Well, she didn't know the pills were supposed to go in her vaginal crack either. So, tomato, vaginal crack. Weevil says, what's the betting? Jan got Ron to marry her shortly after conceiving via heavy petting and shared her technique with Laura. There is definitely more to this family dynamic. I have so many questions about all of it because, like, I don't see how you get here, but she is a horrible, unfeeling person. And that's why everybody knows she's full of shit. Lady with the flower. Abortion not. Abortion not. Oh, Clayton, we only got 2 petals left. You better answer me before midnight before I pull the other petals. Yeah, right? All right. So I took a photo of the sonogram screen with my phone, as one does. Can't you just ask them to print it out for you? But I did not want Clayton to know where I had gone for the appointment. To conceal that information, I modified the image to change the facility name from, Planned Parenthood to Smile. And I also changed the date from July 2nd, to July 7th, 2023. Seems all very unnecessary, Laura. A copy of the modified sonogram image is shown below. Oh, okay. All right. So there's that. There's her name. Okay. All right. She says this up here, the top part, it's the only false part. Everything else is fine somehow. So, okay. Other than changing the top part of the image to alter the facility name and date, I did not change any other part of the image. This image was taken at Planned Parenthood in California on July 2nd, 2023. I did not find this image online, and I did not take someone else's image and pretend it was mine. I obviously regret doing this, but I made a mistake due to the amount of stress, anxiety, and depression I was experiencing. I know when I am in the middle of a deep, dark, depressive episodes, I'm like, you know what? I need to Photoshop some shit. Yep, happens every time. What? No, shut up. There's no reason for you to do this at all. Get out of here. So she says, don't know Sarah's birthday, but she's 38, so I don't think Jan baby trapped Ron. Well, what if the baby didn't make it? I don't know. Could be. Laura Owens is so dumb. She doesn't get that we know she's nonchalant about pregnancy abortion because she starved herself to the point she doesn't have a cycle. I mean, there's lots of reasons medically in all of her stories with all these men, for her to get pregnant so easily is wild. Because so many women suffer from even individual things that she claims to have that have such problems with infertility. And she's just constantly like, yep, you got me pregnant. Now I'm going to debate whether or not I'm going to keep it. Blah, blah, blah. What are you going to do with me? Here's a contract. No, no. To be so nonchalant, like you're told with a lot of these things that like, it's probably going to be hard for you to get pregnant. And she just she's so flippant about it. That's why nobody fucking believes her. So, all right, let's see. Although I did not make a final decision about terminating the pregnancy, I wanted Planned Parenthood to give me the medication so I could take it home with me and have it available in case I made the decision to terminate it. Did she say at one point too that she didn't want to do it in Arizona because she'd have to see an ultrasound and she didn't want to do that? So now she's saying she went to California to get the ultrasound to get the medication? However, Planned Parenthood told me patients were not allowed to leave with abortion pills. So if I wanted to abort the pregnancy, I would have to take the pills while present in their office. That doesn't make any sense. Because of this, I left Planned Parenthood without any abortion medication. That can't be true because you got to take them at a specific time and over a couple of days. We learned that with Greg. What is she even talking about? Is that true, guys? I don't think so. Yes, Amos. Amos says, I leave for a few hours and come back and you're still here. How can you still have a voice? Because I'm a champion. Because I'm a fucking rock star, Amy. She's absorbing everything with her sea crack. Millie says, didn't she have an ovary removed during the time she was dating Mike? Yeah, apparently, yeah. And we just had a debate talk earlier. There were several of us actually that lost our ovaries early. Well, one ovary very early. Some of us before we even started menstruating. And she's just like, oh yeah, I lost one. That, the PCOS, all the other stuff I have, but yeah, I get pregnant all the time. Like, no, they tell you, like, I didn't think I was going to have kids at all. That's why my one son is my little miracle baby, because I never thought I was going to have them. So that's right. Hey, I gotta get in shape again, from doing the 8 to 10 hours trial streams. I haven't done in a while, but I got a 12-hour mega stream fundraiser and that I gotta prepare for. It's the closest to a marathon I will ever do. I will never run in an actual marathon, but I can run my mouth on this one. Yes, Berkeley Farm. You say, I thought she had PCOS. Guess what? Surprise. She has all of the things, Berkeley. All of the things. What is it? Your first day? Exactly, though. None of it makes it right. I thought she had this. I thought she had this. I thought she didn't. And that's just what she does. That's just, yes, with twins. Super fertility, this one. Because at this point, this is what, her like 6th pregnancy or something like that. It's crazy. Also, when you are told that you probably won't have kids and then you do get pregnant, generally you probably keep that one around. Not everybody does, and I'm not judging anybody that doesn't. But I know that wasn't even a thought of mine because I was told I never was going to have one. And I was like, oh my God, like, what if this is my only time ever that I'm going to have a child? And that was when I was 26, and I'm now 40. And guess what? It was my only time that I was going to have a child. So I don't know. When you're told, when you have like infertility issues or things that could cause that, you are also not very flippant on, am I going to keep it? Am I not going to keep it? No, like, no. So. How can she claim they got anything out through her vagina when it is so tight? Right? Okay, let's see. Several weeks later on July. Oh, wow. Shut up. Several weeks later, Buffy, they're here. We've been waiting for these pictures to be here. Several weeks later, on July 23rd, 2023, I experienced some bleeding and I passed what appeared to be 2 small fleshy objects, as shown in the photos below. These objects were very small, no more than an inch or two. Clayton's lawyer repeatedly asked me later whether these objects were the size of your hand, and my response was always smaller than my hand. So, okay. So, she is saying this is what she passed on July 23rd. She had claimed she had sent these photos to her sister, and she did not get any medical help at all. Wasn't even concerned that these apparently came out of your vagina and you didn't go to the hospital. Come on. I mean, I literally, like, the next day after we went to the hospital, the next day when more stuff was coming out, like, because I didn't know, I literally, this is probably pretty gross, but I put toilet paper with tissue and clots into a Ziploc bag to take to the doctor. Like, this is coming out of me, and this is not normal. I've never had anything like this come out of me. She didn't need them, but I didn't know, right? I was barely able to function as a person, quite frankly. But when weird shit starts coming out of your vagina, especially when you believe you're pregnant with twins, because that's what Planned Parenthood fucking told you, and this comes out and you don't have anything, no doctor you go to, bullshit, Laura, bullshit. And quite frankly, I mean, I don't know if they all look the same. If David is saying, oh, they reabsorbed into her body, then what the fuck is this, David? What is this supposed to be? Oh my God. And listen, it didn't really come out looking like much of anything when that part finally did pass. I mean, it wasn't even an inch, but she was what? July 23rd. So she would have been 8 weeks pregnant. So, okay, she's 8 weeks pregnant. She passes these. I was 10 weeks pregnant. And that's bigger than what came out of me. So, and you passed 2 of these and you didn't notice any discomfort, because let me tell you what, I was not prepared for the pain. Okay. And I was only 10 weeks. You know, that's not really a whole lot. But what happens is your body basically starts going into labor, and you have to pass that, like, as you're in labor, which I had not experienced because I had a C-section with my son because he was breech and because of some other health issues. But that's exactly what it was like. And you fucking know. you know. The cramping is real. It was nothing like I had experienced, because that was a question to my doctor, you know, once she was like, yeah, you are in fact losing the baby, because there was no heartbeat by the morning. And she was like, do you want me to, like, prescribe you some pain medication? And I was like, am I gonna need it? Like, what is gonna happen to me? You know, because, like, I'm like, I don't know, do I? Like, I don't even know what happens next, you know? And she only prescribed me like 2 Vicodin or oxycodone or whatever, which was not enough. Because she was like, it's gonna be like, there's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be like a really, really bad period. Which, by the way, it is not like it is like a really, really bad period, but it's still not the same as a period at all. And it still took like another 36 to 48 hours before the fetus dispelled. So, like, you're doing it for a long time. Yeah, debilitating. Oh yeah, it was awful. It was awful. So that's why when she was like, it just came out, it was like, whatever. Bullshit. And I know I'm not like some unique little dewdrop in the miscarriage world. Because I went on Reddit when it was happening, and, you know, there's miscarriage subreddits and stuff, which were very nice to have. just so you didn't feel so alone. But like the stories are pretty similar. I mean, everybody does have different experiences, yes. But if that shit's coming out of your vagina when you're supposed to be pregnant with twins, you better take your ass to the fucking hospital, because that is not a little bleeding, ma'am. There's no way. No way. Anyway, let's see what other dumb shit she has to say. I don't think I'm going to get through this whole thing today. Larger versions of these photos, which I took on July 23rd, 2023, are attached here too as Exhibit 2. At this time, I did not know if I had miscarried. So I immediately contacted a telehealth provider for guidance. Oh, shut up. Why would you not go to the emergency room, period, bitch? Like, why? Doesn't even make any sense. This is also why I don't think she should ever be able to have kids, because look at how flippant she is about her make-believe ones. You think she's going to be better with real ones? Get out of here. So she sends this to some telehealth provider. She sends the pictures and they say, okay, it's a bit hard to tell exactly what that is. It would be unusual to have a miscarriage and pass pregnancy tissue without developing more significant bleeding or cramping. Yeah, it would be very unusual. A few options, because she didn't know that, because she's a fucking idiot who's never been through it before. A few options. You can monitor symptoms to see how you're feeling, and if you develop more bleeding, cramping, or other new symptoms, reach out to us. You could also get evaluated in person, non-emergently, by a primary care or OB clinic. Or if you were planning on using abortion pills, you can certainly go ahead with using those. Oh my God. Oh yeah, she might be able to walk. It was horrible. It was an awful experience. And there's so much blood. Like, it's crazy. Like, you're basically like wearing a diaper for like 2 weeks. It's awful. It's just awful. She says, okay, perfect. Like, you might be having a miscarriage, you're not sure, and you're like, okay, perfect. No. So I can pass tissue without it being a miscarriage? I am not sure I want an abortion and haven't taken the pills. Then go see the fucking doctor then. Typically, there are more symptoms with a miscarriage. But again, this is hard to tell for certain because it sounds like you're very early in the pregnancy. I would recommend reaching out to either your primary care or your primary OB provider tomorrow to let them evaluate you in person. That can help with figuring out what is going on with the pregnancy. That is such shocking information they gave her, guys. What? No, it's exactly what they'll tell you, Laura. Can't fool women. She acts like she's in the witness protection and has to live off the grid. I know, right? Okay. Based on my discussions with the telehealth provider, it was unclear whether I had just miscarried. Oh my God. So I decided to wait several days and see if I had any further symptoms. What? Why? You are so dumb. Dumb. A few days later, around July 25th, I took another at-home test, which continued to show positive for pregnancy. So I wasn't concerned about these blobs coming out of my vagina. And I didn't go ask my doctor anything the next day like the telehealth lady said, or person. I don't know if it was female person said. I was just like, you know what? Let's just wait and see. Because it's just a pregnancy. Who fucking cares, right? It's not serious. But the bitch has COVID and she wants everybody to fucking know. Okay. Over the next week, I felt fine and did not experience any further bleeding or other symptoms. On August 1st, 2023, I took another home pregnancy test, and that also showed a positive result. Look at you, keep doing these tests because you know you can't pass a real one. Get out of here. based on my inability to communicate with Clayton about the pregnancy, I filed a paternity petition in court on August 1st, 2023. At the time I filed the petition, I believed I was still pregnant and that Clayton was the father because I didn't want anyone to confirm anything else. So I just believed it, so it must be true. Between August 1st and early October 2023, I experienced weight gain, especially in my abdomen, as shown in the photos below, taken on September 19th, 2023, and October 9th, 2023. Now, I don't know who said they hadn't seen the Halloween picture. It's literally this picture, but in one of those Halloween costume bags. Oh, except holding an ultrasound, which... Okay, here's the thing. If you've experienced weight gain, why have you not? You can take pictures. September 19th, October 9th, took a picture. Where the fuck are your doctor's appointments, bitch? Like, come on. Come on. It's so insulting. God, this part always makes me angry because it's just ridiculous. It's just unbelievable and ridiculous. Berkeley Farms says the tell was that she saw an e-health provider because a real life OBGYN or ER would have run real tests and charted that she wasn't pregnant. Exactly. There's literally no other reason to not do that because that's exactly what everybody does when this happens. Every single woman. Except for Laura, because, it doesn't matter. She wasn't fucking pregnant anyway. So stupid. On August 15th, 2023, I paid $725 to a company called Ravgen Diagnostics for a fetal DNA test. So mind you, she'll pay $700 for a DNA test, but not to go to a doctor's appointment and get an ultrasound to check on the health of her babies, if they're growing, if they're alive, anything. No, I don't want to do that. I want to spend money on court and on this DNA test. It's fine. I don't care about anything else, right? And then she wants people to feel sorry for her because she had a miscarriage. Why should any of us give a shit if you don't even give a shit enough, quite frankly? If that even did happen to you, you didn't care. Get out of here. You've never had to push your baby bump, barbecue queen, because it's not how that works. It's not how that works at all. She may get her wish living off the grid if they haven't just been hiding funds. That's true. Well, she'll still be recorded in a prison. Has anyone reverse image searched those images? The pregnancy ones of her? No, those were hers, but they were probably photoshopped. But the ultrasound stuff, videos, like, yes, I know Dave Neal had some pictures showing that they literally came from other people. One was a video that she took from YouTube with baby A and baby B, and she cut it. He has a whole thing showing how it was done. And then I think it was Greg she used Stormy's sonogram picture of her twins because she's a fucking bitch like that. So there is proof when it comes to sonogram stuff that they were never hers to begin with. They couldn't possibly be because they are on the internet years before any of this even happened. Exactly. And she used her fake unborn babies' lives as bargaining chips. She's fucking disgusting. Disgusting. Because, what if these guys really did want to have a baby? And when you miscarry a baby, like, they feel lost too. It may not be like on the same level because like you're physically going through it, but Elbow Feet was tore up when we lost the baby. He was just as upset about it as I was. And any of these men could have been very upset that the baby was lost, But she didn't give a fuck. She didn't care about anyone's feelings unless they wanted to date her. And then if they wanted to date her, she'd get rid of the baby. So it's crazy. I mean, yes, she was never pregnant. Let's just clarify. She is never pregnant in any of these scenarios. Okay. Berkeley says, I can get using an e-health provider and like an advice nurse if your insurance doesn't have it. But some things you just got to go to urgent care for. Exactly, Berkeley. And if that was real, is like the number one top reason to go, right? Like, why are you calling people? Maybe if it was like a little bit of spotting, like, okay, maybe call the doctor before flipping out. All right. But when stuff like that starts coming out of your hoo-ha, it's time to go to the ER. All right. Evelyn says back in the day, it was suggested that she might be gluten intolerant and that gluten reaction can cause belly swelling and her to be crazy. Remember that with Mike? Her mom was like, well, she's been having that gluten again, and we think it drives her crazy. But now gluten never seems to be an issue in anything she's filed since then, which is hilarious. That's right. She sure did. We Evil says, and if they didn't fold, she raised them a birthday defect. Sure did. She's the fucking worst. Now, later in September, early October, both Clayton and I submitted samples for Ravgen for testing. I later received a call from Ravgen stating the initial tests were inconclusive because there was little to no fetal DNA. As part of my further treatment and evaluation, I did a blood test done on October 16th, which showed an HCG level of 102. Where's the ultrasound? They didn't do an ultrasound too, boo? What? Oh, because you went to a place called Any Lab Test Now. You didn't go to a doctor's office. You went to a place where you just do blood tests. Interesting. As any woman would. Okay. I had a blood test done on October 16th, which showed an HCG level of 102. It is my understanding that an HCG level this low at this stage of pregnancy indicates the pregnancy is non-viable. Man, it'd be crazy if you went to a doctor about getting that result, don't you think? Don't you think? Skybell says, my sister still drives to Nicole and Chris's grave. She lost two. The had one later. My heart out to her. You don't forget, So, okay. A month later, on November 14th, 2023, I had a gynecological visit for the first time in 5 months, apparently, with a provider at Mom Doc. At that time, I was given 2 separate pregnancy tests, with both showing a negative result. Records from this visit are attached at Exhibit 6. Because what's the fucking point now to go to a gynecologist? Like, are you serious? To be clear, and this would still been a month after the 102 HCG saying this was probably a non-viable pregnancy, and you still wait another month to go see an OBGYN? To be clear, Clayton claimed I faked this pregnancy and I was never pregnant. That is absolutely false. I believe that I was pregnant and that the pregnancy ended with a miscarriage. See, there's a belief, which is telling me you're fucking lying. Because I didn't need to believe that I was pregnant. I didn't need to believe that at all. You know what there was? An ultrasound, an HCG test with numbers, okay, heartbeat, then no heartbeat, and the paperwork saying exactly what the fuck was going on. It has these words, S-A-B, on there, on your paperwork. It's not a belief. You have medical proof that you were. You should when you are really pregnant and when you are really losing a baby. Anyway, I know that I was not sexually active with any men other than Clayton during the period in which conception occurred. So I believe Clayton was the father. Okay. I am aware Clayton has claimed I may have taken some sort of drugs or hormones in an attempt to create a false positive on the pregnancy test I took. Again, that is completely false. I did not take any drugs, hormones, nor did I do anything to manipulate my HCG levels. I do not even know what HCG levels are, other than that they are something medical professionals use to determine if a woman is pregnant. I know I said I've been pregnant so many times, but I didn't even know that. Shut up, Laura. I, Laura Owens, do hereby swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that I am the petitioner in the above style manner, that I have read the foregoing document and know the contents thereof, and the contents are true of my own knowledge and belief. Okay. Well. All right, we're only halfway through this, and I have a whole another one that is 22 pages. So I think this is where we're going to pause today, and we will catch back up with this tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, and finish reading this petitioner's response, because my brain is going to explode if I don't stop now. If I don't stop now, I don't know what's going to happen. Because, oh my goodness, it's so frustrating. Well, I don't want to go over Clayton's costs because we have not finished that day. So I will add those on to tomorrow. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh, it's so frustrating. So tomorrow we will wrap this up. Hopefully we'll be able to get David complaining more about the rules, and he's very unhappy about all of Laura's exes, Mike, Greg, and MM, who we're going to call John Doe, being witnesses, and he wants an immediate phone conference and is filing a motion in limine. Clayton and Woodnick then file a reply to this ridiculous response we're reading now, which I can't wait to read if this is how ludicrous this one is. So we'll be getting that into that tomorrow. I might even have to push some of that to the following week. We'll see, because I do have Llama Learns about tomorrow. So I've got to rest this pretty little voice of mine because I got a show tonight. I got a lot more talking to do. When does Buffy come back? Oh, I know. Well, it is now summer break for her kids, so she'll stop in when she can. I know she's working on bribing her children. No, she'll stop in when she can. She just doesn't like to commit to something without being able to actually do it. But she'll come in and out and be in chat. I know. I miss her already. How rude of her to not think of us 8 years ago in this show. How rude. I would pull a bottle out of the screen, right? I need a drink too. Like, oh my God. Oh God. Ooh. She gets a little missy next Tuesday. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, everybody be like Evelyn. If you haven't done it, please like this stream. Hit the subscription notification bell if you haven't yet. Just a reminder, everybody say happy birthday to Polly Prissy Pants for it being her birthday today. I'm going to go say it to her like a real friend over in Discord. Also, reminder about the June mega stream fundraiser. We're still looking for guests of any kind who may want to participate in doing this, whether you've covered it or not. Maybe you're not even a content creator, but you guys have to say or experience in one of the many fields this case has to cover. We want to hear from you. Everybody wants to hear from you. Or if you want to donate any auction items for us to help raise money for Mike, we would love for you to be a part of it. You can email me at tara@tcwtmedia.com, as well as Winks at WINKS. Hold on, I wrote down her numbers, 5813@gmail.com. Or if you are feeling generous today, you can donate to Mike Fundraiser right now, up with the QR code, link in description and in chat, because as you can see how dirty she plays, she is still playing very dirty with Mike. So please do that tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern. If you want to see Llama finally get that drink of wine in her, we are covering Buried Alive, Michelina Lewandowska's part 1 of a 2-part series. And whoo boy, it is a wild, wild story. One of triumph. Let me tell you what an amazing woman she is. So please join us tonight right here on our channel at 8 p.m. Eastern. Otherwise, I will see you all tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, for more of this crazy, whatever it is we're reading. So yes, come on, join us for the fundraiser. I would love that. All right, friends, thank you so much for being with me today. I appreciate you all being here. And I will see you all tomorrow. And until next time, as I always say, I'll make the music and the memes longer and less loud for tomorrow. I'll do that in between on my break. All right. Thank you all very much. You have a great evening and go forth and be amazing. All right. Bye, friends.